Hello everybody, welcome back, welcome us back, and this is going to be the last stream we do for a while now.
So sad.
But, so we're back at it with Final Fantasy XII, doing random things.
Right on time. Cat at the door. Yep. So yes, we're back to Final Fantasy XII things. And then that'll be it for about a whole month. Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, it all depends. Unless I have, oh yeah, I just got a defender. Unless I get, like, hey, that's, hey, she can equip a defender. Jeez. Who should have it? Lady QN on Twitch says, I don't see anything.
Excuse me?
Can you hear us?
I can see things.
Be right back.
Okay. Lady, I promise I've got something on. Let me check Twitch.
But, what I'm gonna do is go around a bit, do a few hunts.
Shush.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
She can't.
Holy crap, Bush almost one-shot himself.
Now we're live on Twitch. We good. We okay.
Okay. Might be your end, Lady QN. I'm gonna do a bunch of hunts, so this is probably gonna be the last stream we do for, like we said, a month or two.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be set with work and exhausted from it. Unless you teach me fundamentals of running a stream by myself, it's probably not gonna happen. Does that seem a little loud? Turn it down a little bit more.
Turn it all the way down to 0 and we can still hear some of it. Either this game is loud or this TV is loud.
The thug is
Running around fighting with a spiked lollipop.
spiked lollipop.
It's like those lollipops that you get at
It's like supposed to be a morning star, but that's not a morning star.
It's the spherical lollipops
Like,
that are really dense.
Yeah.
And
but
they're like see-through, they look like marbles on a stick.
But those,
you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those look like they're literally going to fall off with one hit. But they don't, because it's Final Fantasy. That doesn't happen here.
It's held together by magic.
Oh,
Magic is stronger than even Flex Seal.
So, I'm going to do a few hunts. You said there were a few things that we could discuss.
That's true.
Today. Like about movies or something.
Yeah, I had an idea that we've had a discussion about movies before, and that's when we listed off our favorite movies, and I thought why don't we go back to a movie conversation, but instead we take a look back at some movies that were on our favorites list and some movies that aren't. There's some movies that we like constantly make references to and constantly joke about. But I realized that we never actually looked at them as how did they hold up as good movies. Were they even good movies? Were they maybe not so good movies?
Okay.
But I came up with a list of movies that I was pretty sure you and I both watched. I think there's only one on there that you haven't watched that I've seen.
Okay.
So basically we're gonna go down the list, and I've got a set, I think like 2 or 3 questions that we'll answer for every movie, and then some movies have specific questions that only pertain to that specific movie. But we're gonna try our best to be good critics here about the movie, And at the end, we'll give a final factor of whether we won't rate it like a number. We'll rate it as, would you recommend this or would you not?
Okay. And
because I feel like that's really what it comes down to. Like, you can give a movie a percentage rating, you can give it a number rating, you can give it an A+ rating, or it doesn't matter. I think at the end the numbers don't matter. I think it's just, would I recommend this movie to someone? No, I wouldn't. I think you'd be better off passing on this movie. Like, okay. I think that's what it all comes down to. I think that's really the meat and potatoes.
Okay.
Just skip the numbers and just say, would you recommend this?
Okay.
No. Yes. Alright. So, for every movie, we'll answer the questions, what was its weakest asset? We're not gonna... I think because we could talk... For some of these movies, we could talk all day about why we like it, and we might actually get off track with it. I think we should look at what is its weakest asset.
Right.
We'll talk about its choice of cast. Was it good? Was it bad? Were some of the members good? Were some of the members bad? Maybe one of the members is the weakest asset. And then it'll come down to the ultimate question: would you recommend this movie?
Okay.
All right. So we'll start off strong with Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
I knew that was going to come up first.
I think
it's your favorite movie.
I think we start off strong, and then we'll dip into some more obscure ones, and then we'll hit a strong one. I've got some trilogies in here too.
Oh, okay.
All right. So Scott Pilgrim has a specific question, so we'll tackle that one first. And that specific question is the likeness between the movie and the graphic novel. How did it hold up?
Completely different in a lot of regards, but I feel it holds up on its own in terms of comedic value, in terms of references, and in terms of... I think the cast was actually well and set. Despite me not liking Michael Cera as an actor... Alright, guys.
I think that they could have chosen... He played an alright role.
Right.
He wasn't the weakest asset.
No.
But I feel like they could have found a better Scott Pilgrim.
They probably could have, but even so, deep down, I feel like he did a great job as Scott Pilgrim.
The person that... Alright, so... Let's... if we're going to... Let's stick with accuracy to the comic, and then when we get to... and then we'll go to choice of cast. And then we'll actually critique each key member.
Okay.
So, when it comes to the accuracy of the comic, I understand that the graphic novel is longer. There are certain scenes and certain fight scenes that never take place or are completely skewered or reversed. But I understand they did that because they had to make it the length of a feature film.
Exactly.
If they were making multiple movies, then yes, they could have made it more accurate to the comic. But there were certain elements in the comic that they did recreate in the movie, like the part where he like his dream sequences. A lot of those are frame by frame in the graphic novel. Like when Ramona first shows up at his door, it shows him running towards the door as she's knocking on it. He opens it, she's right there. And then even the scene where he signs it and throws it into the garbage, that's in the graphic novel.
Yeah. One thing that I give them credit for is, despite that they didn't follow everything true to form of the graphic novels and the movie itself, I feel like if you were to watch the movie or read the novels, they both stand alone are good on their own, and they could very easily bring you into the world of Scott Pilgrim.
Looking at it, I can understand why. Because in the graphic novel, there's connectors onto when they're in the house with the gang and when they're going to the party where Scott first meets Ramona. Mm-hmm. There's connectors there. Where in the movie they just like jump from one to the next, and I can understand why some people might look down on that, but keep in mind that Edgar Wright was the director here, and I think that's just kind of his comedic writing from the cut, where because in that scene that I'm talking about, Scott, he's they're rehearsing with the band, and then Steven Still says, "Let's do that one again," and Scott says, "Sorry, what are we doing?" And then it cuts to when they're walking to the party, and it's seamless dialogue where Steven Stills goes, "I told you like 50 times we're going to this party," and
it's good comedy.
It fits with Scott's character because they write him up as kind of a numbskull, and it would make sense why he completely missed several hours.
Yeah,
where he was just brain dead, and I think that goes along with Edgar Wright's comedic writing.
I like I said, I give it props, despite despite it not being perfect with and in sync with what's it called, the graphic novels.
Mm-hmm.
It did good enough on its own as a standalone.
I think so.
And I would honestly recommend it, especially to people like myself and yourself.
Yeah, this was me. I had never read the graphic novel. I had never heard of Scott Pilgrim. I saw the movie before I read the graphic novel, and I thought the movie was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
The first time I saw it, I was like, I don't want to see this. And my older sister is the one who recommended it for us to watch. And I was like, I don't want to see this at all. And I watched it, and one of the few movies I've ever seen that completely made me fall in love with it, and I was laughing nonstop, just completely. This was before I even read the books, and the movie itself made me want to read the books. And like a year later, my parents got me the books as a Christmas present. Long story short, those books are gone, but so such and such. With that being said, I think.
All right. So yeah, that covers the connection with the graphic novel.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think the movie's weakest asset is?
Honestly, the fact that it didn't follow exactly with the graphic novels.
I think its length. No, after reading the graphic novel, I feel like that's a good.
After reading the novels,
statement.
you feel that
you wish that you could have gotten more from the movie to be like the graphic novel.
But
you wish it was longer.
This is why I'm glad I watched the movie before I read the books, because the movie was hilarious on its own, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. But after reading the books, I'm like, the books are literally so much better, and that's how many things are in movie to film adaptations and stuff like that. I said that wrong. Book to film adaptations, and vice versa.
I think one of the movie's weakest asset is it's too niche.
It is. It's focused on a certain demographic.
It's the reason why I wouldn't recommend it to people that weren't gamers, to people that weren't nerds like us.
Mm-hmm.
But I would recommend it to hell and back to people like that.
Kyle Robinson on YouTube says, Sup. Welcome.
We're talking about movies. Scott Pilgrim in particular, that's the first one on our list. But that's what I think its weakest asset is it's too niche. Which I understand it's hard to cater yourself to such a wide demographic.
Right.
But some people try, and a lot of the times that's when some movies fail. But looking at it, when I think of the question, would I recommend it, I have to choose who I recommend it to carefully.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my opinion on the week.
I agree with you.
But I'm right there with you about how after reading the novels, I wish it was more adapt. Because one of the things I really don't like about the movie is that it throws I'm gonna say dark Scott, because in these day and age,
that was a big part of
in these day and age, you got to be careful with a word like that. So especially on Twitch, so I'm gonna be careful.
Final movies suck.
As in like the Final Destination. but
I'd have to agree with
when
you.
Dark Scott comes on screen, it's just kind of there was no inkling of him at all throughout the movie, and then just at the end they just throw him in, and then there's no they gear it up as a fight. There's no fight, and then he's on screen for a minute. Mm-hmm. In the cut content, they decided to bring him in a little bit more, but even then, it's not.
Yeah, it wasn't as much.
It wasn't much. Like, I can understand why they took it out, because you would have to have read the book to be like, oh, I know who that is. Whereas if you just saw it normally, you're like, why did you see a dark version of himself?
Right.
I only seen one. I think I've only seen bits and pieces of one of the Final Destination movies. It's an odd disaster movie.
I've seen like the first two, and I was like, I never seen them until last year.
It came to the point where it was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just
how much the world wanted to kill someone.
It reminded me of it reminded me of Dead Space in a way. What's the craziest way we can think of to kill someone?
To be fair, for Dead Space, you get killed because it's your fault.
Yeah, I get that, but it just reminded me of that aspect. It's like, oh, let's find more creative ways to kill people, and those movies did that. It wasn't my cup of tea. The plot was solid, I guess, but at the same time, it was just not my type of thing. Just like horror movies aren't my thing. I never get Final Fantasy. Oh, the Final Fantasy movie. Well, The Spirits Within, I don't count that as a Final Fantasy movie. Good CG, but the plot sucks. Would not recommend. CG's good, but it's called Final Fantasy Spirits Within, and it is a Final Fantasy part, but I don't agree with it. I don't think it's supposed to be Final Fantasy. And Advent Children was good.
We'll talk about that when that one's on the list.
Okay. And then Advent Children Complete just blew it out of the water. Aside from that, anything else on Scott Pilgrim?
Let's talk about its choice of cast. So we'll go down one by one of the key characters. So Michael Cera's Scott Pilgrim. Mm-hmm. We touched on that already. I feel like they could have found a better Scott Pilgrim.
Right. Who would you think would be a good Scott Pilgrim if that's the case?
For that, I don't have a clue because I don't really know my actors. But I think they could have found a better Scott, because Michael Cera plays the numbskull goofball.
Yeah,
but Scott's more than that. He's more energetic and more. He's energetic and he's out there. Yeah, he's more out there.
He's extroverted. And he's a dipshit.
I can't watch Michael Cera's.
But he's also charismatic.
I can't watch Michael Cera's performance without getting the tones of he's always on the defensive, and that's not
right.
And
yeah,
that's
Scott's not. In fact, Scott's always on offensive.
Yes, very much so.
But again, this is why I'm glad I watched the movie before I read the books, and. I don't know. I can't think of a better actor out of the top of my head, but I feel like he did a good enough job. And one thing that I absolutely did not like was the fact that they kind of disregarded, like you said, Dark Scott. He's called something different, but we're for
gotta be careful.
Purposes of microphone quality and all that. We're calling him Dark Scott. He was so prevalent.
Yes.
And so necessary.
He had a key role, and he had a key purpose to why he was constantly haunting Scott.
Yeah.
But
same with Lisa.
A plot like that would have taken up a good chunk of the movie to explain.
Yeah.
There was a character in the graphic novels called Lisa, and she had a key role in the graphic novels, but
especially in Scott's development.
Yeah, but she was only mentioned once. Her name was only mentioned once in the movie, but that's only because they had to keep it short.
Yeah,
they didn't have enough budget and time slot to make
Lord
of the Rings.
You also watched all the deleted scenes. I never got to that, but you like watched those religiously.
She wasn't even in the deleted scenes though.
Right.
Like I would argue that her character was never even considered to be in the movie.
Right.
They read the books and then they said, all right, who's not going to be in the movie? Well, let's can Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
They did make a little animated short of Scott in high school, and they did include
Lisa. Yeah, I saw that too, and they did voice acting with it too.
Yeah, they used the actual voice actors from the movie. They used Michael.
I thought
Cera
that was pretty good too.
Yeah,
honestly,
it was nice.
It was good. It was a good homage,
Yeah,
and I'm glad that they did it.
But that's all they had for Lisa.
It kind of makes me wish that they would do that art style, that animation for the whole movie or for the whole books.
That'd be fine.
That would be a huge, big budget thing, but it'd be something I would want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, yeah, God.
All right,
guys.
So, Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Yay.
Do we have vaccines?
All right, so next, Mary Elizabeth Winstead for Ramona.
You know I approve.
Mm-hmm.
I know you approve.
I approve, but I want to be as critique as whatever the adverb is for that, the adjective.
Critical.
Yeah, I want to be as critical as possible.
Unbiased.
Yeah. Ramona in the comics is a little more bubbly,
Yeah.
Ramona plays the stoic, strong female. She does play that. She plays it very well. However, Ramona in the books she's not just that. She can be a little more bubbly.
Yeah.
Which Mary Elizabeth Winstead was not. Same way as Michael Cera is, he plays too much of a defensive role, which Scott is not all the time.
I agree. I have 2 halberds, jeez.
But overall, yes, I feel like she did do a very good job, considering that she was playing a 24-year-old girl and she was, I think, like in her 30s.
I think she was almost 40 in that, yeah, when she started. Oh, finally, a serum. I need serum. Excuse me.
What about Ellen Wong as Knives?
I guess she did pretty good. Knives was more. What's the word? Much more engraved in the story and the plot than she was in the movie for the books. Like, she was... I can't think of the word. She was more involved. She had a bigger role.
In terms of her being jealous and going after Ramona, she had a much bigger part, and she did that more often in the books, whereas in the movie she only did it once. But in terms of her performance and portraying Knives, I think she did a very good job.
Oh yeah, I think she played
the very giddy high school girl that was just a super fan of their band Sex Bomb. I think she did great, and even in terms of the crazy jealous Klingon girlfriend, I think she didn't even played it to a T. I think they chose the
right person for her. Kyle Robbins says, my dad and I were watching it with my little sister, and it wasn't 10 minutes in, and I was like, Dad, is it just me or does this movie suck? Yeah, it's probably Spirits Within. I just died.
That was me with the Halo movie. we were watching Forward Unto Dawn, and I was like, this movie's bad. And then it wasn't until the last 10 minutes where we were like, is this a different movie? Holy crap. It was only until Master Chief and the aliens came in that it got good. Other than that, it was a terrible movie. Near, far, hey. We'll go a little faster. The girl that played Kim Pine, I think she did a very good job. I think she was spot on.
Holy crap. We might die. Vaughn!
Jesus,
Vaughn!
what's killing you?
Those skeletons. First of
I
all...
didn't think they were that bad.
Oh, yeah.
Steven Stills, it's kind of a... It's another in-betweener. Like, he looks the part, but... I got a different vibe from comic Steven. Like, he was more gritty. Where I look at Steven, I'm just like, what a great guy. I look at Steven, and I'm like, he just wants to have fun. He just wants to do good. Whereas Steven in the book, I think, is a little more gritty. Yeah,
he also his dynamic went in a totally different direction. Mm-hmm. And they didn't even explore that. And what's his name? Joseph wasn't even in the movie. There's just a whole bunch of melodrama that happened in the books that wasn't in the movie.
For as little of a performance as Anna Kendrick had, I think she did a good little sister role. Wallace, I think was great. He was fantastic.
I think Wallace nailed it.
Kieran Culkin, I think, was amazing as Wallace, playing the gay roommate. I think he did fantastic portraying comic Wallace.
I honestly think he was the best part of that movie. I'm gonna be honest. He nailed Wallace to a T.
My little sister loved it, but to be fair, she hasn't played the games. I think that's a fair assumption. You look back at if you watch a movie adaptation of a game, you hardly critique it to the game if you've played it.
Come on, Bosch, will you hit?
And everything that stands out, you're like, oh, that's not in the game. That's another point that I'm adding.
Yeah, the game too. Like, it mixed things from the movie and the game.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the Scott game. I was talking about the.
Okay.
If a movie is an if a movie bases itself off a game and you've played the game, you'll critique everything that the movie has wrong to the game, and I think it makes you want to hate the movie more.
Yeah, it goes to show everything that comes out first, you're always.
I bet you we would hate the movie Scott Pilgrim more if we had read the books first.
Ash, where did your where did your MP go?
Brie Larson as Envy Adams, there wasn't enough of Envy, but if you were to give a one sentence description of Envy in the book, it would be manipulating ex-girlfriend. And I think Brie played that role.
Holy crap, guys! Why are you up there? Why are you up there? Why are you up here?
She's gonna be in her grave soon.
She is in her grave.
Brie played a good Envy.
Are we gonna die again?
Don't know. Let me check. Let me check if we're dying. If we're dying, I'll come in and... No, I think we're all right. I feel like I get why they didn't make her hair pink in the movie, because Ramona was supposed to be the only one with the colored hair.
Yeah.
So it made her stand out, whereas if they made Envy's character have pink hair, which she does in the book, that would just kind of... I think it would be a little too confusing. So I get why they didn't.
Right.
But I think she did good. Jason Schwartzman as Gideon, I think...
He had the right voice, I feel, but he didn't have the right...
He had the right look.
Yeah.
Like, for sure, but...
I don't think he played Gideon in terms of how dark Gideon was.
No, Gideon was much darker. He was much more manipulative. He's the guy that stands in the background plotting everything, which they did a few scenes.
Yeah.
Like, they made a few references of that, like Gideon references of his logo just always there. and then him just being in the background of some shots, like they hinted at it a little bit, but not just in terms of him being there, but in terms of his character. He's that
boss,
guy,
what are you doing?
He's that guy always plotting in the background, and he's a lot more sadistic and evil than in the books and in the comics, where they just make him to be an asshole in the movie. Which, I mean, it makes you hate him. Like, if they want to make you hate a character quickly, they make him an asshole.
Yeah.
So, but he definitely looks the part, but he did not play the absolute evil that Gideon actually is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chris Evans played a good Lucas Lee.
Yeah, I think Chris Evans.
He plays the
I think he had a lot of fun playing Lucas Lee.
He almost played that universe's version of what's his name? Jeez, it's escaping me.
You're gonna have to be specific, man. What's he from?
He's a sticky dicky.
Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage. He plays that universe.
I like how that's how I know.
He plays that universe's version of Nicolas Cage, an actor that knows he's good, or he knows that he's prominent in a lot of roles. He knows that he's the main character, and he feeds off that. And he sells out, and he just puts himself in as many movies as he can. So I think Lucas Lee is the Nicolas Cage of that universe. And I think Chris Evans played that.
Jeez, why do we keep dying?
So yeah, it was nice to see Chris play a villain in that role. I think his name.
Oh no!
I think Brandon Ruth. I think that's his name. He plays Todd. I think they chose well for that. He looked the part. He played the part of just being an asshole. I think he did good.
I think who's Matthew Patel?
I don't know that. Sanji, I think his name is.
He did a good job.
Yeah.
For what
little he had, he played a really good role. Especially, I think, because his part in the comic and his part in the movie were the same length. I think all of his lines were mirrored to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So he had the most accurate comic portrayal,
mm-hmm.
which was very good. The girl that played Roxy Richter was good for what little part she had. Looked the part, sounded the part. Just a vicious girl that wanted to be a ninja so bad. Which, to be fair, she was. The Caddy and Aggie twins had a much bigger role in
the books.
In the books.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really no room to critique them. I think that's for key characters. I think that's it. So that leaves the final question, which I think we've already answered. Would you recommend this movie?
I would.
How much of the percentage of the population would you recommend this?
Not a lot. It like we said, it's very niche.
For me recommending, I wait for someone that likes the same nerd culture as me before I recommend it. Whereas if they clearly don't, then I wouldn't.
But yeah, I would recommend it. I would much more recommend everyone read the books, though. That's more suitable for.
I'd say
for not even just video game or geek culture. It's just it's a growing up drama.
I'd say that you would want to watch the movie before reading the book.
I would say that too, yeah, because if you don't, you'll just compare it to it. Mm-hmm. It's still a good standalone movie. It's not the books, but I still recommend it. God, this crystal looks tough.
Whereas if someone read the books and they said, "Oh, I love the books," then I would say you might want to stay away from the movie.
Right. That's my final statement on it.
Ditto. All right. Let's go down to the next movie on the list is The Grey, starring Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson.
So, there's no specific question for this, so it comes down to, we'll start with, what's its weakest asset? Would you say? Actually, let's take a look back at The Grey. Like,
okay.
What do you remember about it? Because to be fair, there's not much of the plot I remember. I just know that they're running from wolves.
I remember.
That's really it.
Maybe
that's its weakest asset. There's no plot. Like there's no story.
There's a small plot, and it's like you said. It's mostly bubbles.
Yay.
It's mostly them running from wolves.
Let's make a thriller where these guys are running from wolves. Let's make a Trapped in the Wilderness movie where wolves are the threat.
Oh God!
Hey,
we don't need that.
And a tight. Whereas I think that's its weakest asset. There's no plot. Like its strongest suit is Liam Neeson.
The plot of that movie is that they are basically convicts that were sent to a location in Alaska to do work.
They were convicts?
They were like ex-convicts. A lot of them used to be bad people.
Jeez, I don't remember that one.
Yeah,
I know that Liam Neeson he's a hunter. He's a hunter. He's a good hunter. He's good at same way with the Hardy Boys. You know the Hardy Boys? Dang, dude.
Don't go in that trap, Pinello. She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it.
She missed it. No, she missed it.
Like
but that's really all I know is that Liam Neeson was a hunter. He's good at tracking wolves. He's good at killing wolves. Like he's a wolf expert. He was on a plane, and the plane crashed, and now there's wolves surrounding them. And then they're walking. I don't even remember where they're walking. They're just walking somewhere, and the wolves are always following them.
They were trying to get to the tree line because they figured they would have the best survivability
I don't
there.
remember that. I mean, I've only seen it once, and that was that one time in the theater.
I swear you've seen it more than that.
No, it was just the one.
Really?
I swear.
I have it, dude.
It was just the one.
I literally have it here.
It was the one time at the theater. That was the only time I've seen it.
Dude, you're going to have to watch it again.
I don't know if I want to. I think it's a one-time thing.
But it's so memorable to you.
It is, because
it's their freaking den.
I love Liam Neeson and how he ended up in their freaking den.
Did you ever see Non-Stop?
No.
That's another plane movie. That's a Liam Neeson movie where they're on a plane and they're trying to take it down. And
Are there wolves on the plane? I've had it.
I've had it with
these goddamn wolves on this goddamn plane.
Liam Neeson says, "Welcome to Adventure Call."
Welcome back to Adventure Call. Alright, so back to it. My opinion on its weakest asset is that there is no plot.
I would agree with you. It is a thriller, and it does a good job at being that thriller, a wilderness thriller. Aside from that, I recommend that you watch the movie before you read the books, or don't watch the movie. That's what Kyle Robinson says.
No, I always read the books. I never saw the movie. When I was a kid, I was a big fan of the Hardy Boy books. My dad got me into it. Back to this skeleton nightmare again.
Well, because there's a hunt up there, and these things.
These are the trouble. These are the gatekeepers.
Yeah, and they there's a chance, not really a chance. They don't infinitely spawn, but they spawn a lot throughout the battle.
When it comes to choice of cast, I couldn't tell you who was in the movie. I just know Liam Neeson.
Yeah, because a lot of them were...
I mean, it's a pleasure to see him again. Everybody loves Liam Neeson, even if you don't like the movie that he's in. Everybody loves him. So, he plays the smartest man in the room.
Mm-hmm. He's also one of the biggest men in the room.
Other than that, I think that honestly...
I'm going to start beating the shit out of you, and you're going to swallow a lot of blood for a fucking billfold. Showed him.
I think that honestly, that statement alone holds weight. The fact that
Canelo's going to freaking die.
The fact that the only character I knew, and the fact that the only one I remembered was Liam Neeson, means that the other players just didn't really play their role. I know one of the guys was a jerk, and he was one of the
Diaz,
the second to last one. There was him, that he sat on a rock and waited for the wolves, and then the last one left was, of course, Liam Neeson.
Jeez, just kill it.
But it's like, it's almost like they didn't have any idea. They're like, we need some conflict other than the wolves. Let's make a jerk to constantly argue with Liam Neeson.
It was because they needed they
needed something other than wolves.
They need a simile to the wolves. Like they were like Liam Neeson kept saying that there was the alphas and the omegas and the pack wolves, and basically their group was in a pack, and Diaz was the omega, while Liam Neeson was the alpha.
Damn right he was.
And the wolves saw that. No. Yeah, this is the problem with this hunt. These things.
There was
crap.
there was a scene that I remember I really hated in that movie where that guy Diaz, he takes like an entire minute and a half to cut off a wolf's head.
Yeah.
I hated how long that took. Like they didn't cut anything. It was just him struggling to cut off a wolf's head for a minute, only so that he could hold it up to like taunt at the wolves. And then there was a really cool scene afterwards where they all howled on the hill and you could just see their breath through the shadow.
I remember seeing that in theaters, and I'm like, that is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
That scene was incredible.
That gave me goosebumps.
That was probably my favorite part of the movie, was that scene right there.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what I hated. The drowning scene.
The drowning scene?
I hate.
That's your kryptonite.
It is. I hate any scene where someone's drowning.
But you dissected that scene.
I did. I'm like, there's no reason he should have drowned.
No reason he should have drowned, and you like went through the science of it.
Because I watched the movie again, and I'm like, I hate this scene.
That was the scene.
But I looked at it, I'm like, you could have gotten out. You could have gotten out.
You like rewound it.
I did. I rewound, and I'm like, no, you could have gotten out.
It's like I don't buy this. I'm gonna debunk this. Not afraid of it anymore.
It still disturbs me because of how close he was to the surface, and it was just, it hurts. But
so because we really can't talk too much about the other casts, and I mean, can you? You've seen it before.
I've seen it multiple times, but I don't know their actors, the names or anything. I don't think.
Okay, was their performances good?
I think their performances were good. If you watch it a second time, you kind of get more of a feel for the characters, and they are much more likable and more human than. God, these stupid bones. They're more human. They're so you're relatable to them in a way, or they're relatable to you. Other than that, no. It's like you know, watching this movie, that they're probably all doomed to die, being so far out in the wilderness of Alaska, in a massive icy tundra and woods.
I guess another problem that I might have with the movie, which I've had, it's the same problem I had with like many shark movies. Why do the wolves want to kill them so bad?
Territory, I guess. Also because it's a movie. But they had to do something.
I can't. That can't be an answer though. If that's the only answer because it's a movie, then that just makes me upset.
Well, what about the ritual?
Yeah, it's pursuing them because it's a spiritual deity that is looking for sacrifices. Like, there's a reason why it's pursuing them.
Okay.
Whereas with wolves, it's just they're not spiritual, they're not possessed, they're not zombies.
I think it's because
they're just wolves.
I think it's because they're in their territory. And it explains that the wolves' territory ranges for a few hundred miles. And then their den is a few, like, 10 miles.
I'm just curious, would actual wolves
another
pursue you
one
for so long?
absolute weak point of the movie is the end. Is the ending of the movie. For two reasons. One, when he's getting himself ready to fight as his last stand, and they're just watching him and waiting for him to do it. It's like he's literally sitting there getting all these wallets, putting them out, looking them all, and they're just, okay, take your time. Yeah, okay. The wolves are literally just surrounding him, just looking at him. And he's like, I'm gonna pull all these. I'm gonna tape this knife to my hand and break some bottles, tape those up, and go. I'm gonna punch some wolves.
He pulls a Dead Rising, and
but it's like
they waited for him the whole time.
Finally did this, and then
they're so much weaker now.
They're not. It's just Vaughn gets some good hits sometimes and some bad hits others. And Penelo keeps running out of MP, which is why we kept dying. She's at 1 MP. And the other reason that it's a very bad weak point is after that scene, he rushes off, the screen goes black, and then you go through the entire credit sequence for a 5-second clip at the end. And it just shows him breathing. Like, take one breath, and just showing that he's alive, and that's it. And I'm like, we waited 5 minutes of credits for a 5-second clip.
To be fair, it's better than movies that don't give you anything. Though.
It is true. That is true. It's just,
Movies
I remember we waited there because everyone...
Give you anything.
I remember when we went there were people online that said, stay for after the movie. And we're like, okay, it has an ending thing. Cool. So we did, and we were just like, that was the biggest waste of time. The biggest waste of time.
Yeah.
God, Ash.
Alright, so, would you recommend The Grey?
I give it a 50-50. One, I like the movie because it's a good thriller. But there are better ones out there, and this one, like you said, Liam Neeson is its only strong suit.
I wouldn't recommend it. I'd say pass.
I would say 50-50, but because there are better ones out there. But it's still an enjoyable movie. At least to me, it is. I enjoyed it so much, I got the movie and bought it. I think Non-Stop is a better thriller. And
there's not even any wolves on the plane.
There's not even wolves on the plane, or snakes.
I think that holds some weight. You can have a better thriller on a plane with no wolves, no snakes, no Samuel L. Jackson.
I know we said this before, but the world's gonna riot when he dies.
Liam Neeson is the only... I think Liam Neeson is the only man that could stand toe-to-toe with Samuel L. Jackson, and Samuel L. Jackson would, for a second, go, damn.
For a second.
He'd question if he would win. Alright. With that lasting statement, we move on to the next one. Fury.
Fury, absolutely recommend.
I have a specific question, so we'll tackle that one first.
Okay.
Historical accuracy. How did it hold up?
I'd say it was fairly damn accurate.
I'd say yes.
I'd say it's really, really accurate.
We'll talk about the big one. Is that people argue up and down that there's no way a Sherman tank would be able to outfight a Tiger. Whereas, to be fair, I agree, but
Bye, Ash.
It's arguable. Tiger tank pilots were known to being cocky because they knew what type of monster they were sitting in. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they let Fury, the tank, get up so close, I think is debatable because they thought nothing can touch us in this Tiger. Not to mention that before the fight happened, Fury launched tear gas at the tank. So I feel like it got in there and it messed with the pilots' heads a little bit. Mm-hmm. And honestly, when it's some people might think when a tank shoots a shell at another tank, it's just immediate explosion.
No. They ricochet.
It can ricochet like a bullet if you don't hit the right spot. The Sherman armor was much more penetrable, which is why you saw some of the tanks have wooden logs on the side, because they did it for protection. Whereas a Tiger only has one weak spot, and it's true, it's in the back where the engine is. So I think taking everything into consideration, they made a fantastic scene having a 1v1 tank fight with like a David and Goliath tank fight, where Fury, they knew they had... What the heck is going on out there?
We're gonna die?
I'm gonna have to check if we're dying or not. Sorry, the smoke alarm is going off. Again.
I used to be a firefighter. It's okay. I'll tell you what if we're gonna die or not. If there's a fire outside, I'll be like, no, we're good. Beep, beep, beep. Did I get any loot? No, I didn't. So we're not dying.
No. Some very intellectual being put a candle under the smoke detector.
All right. You should say that so... Alright.
So, so yeah, I thought, I was watching that scene, and I love World War II, and I was watching that scene, and I was on the edge of my seat, and I was like, because I knew Fury had one goal and one objective, and that was to outsmart the tank, outdrive the tank, outwit the tank, to get around to its backside to hit it.
I need to piggyback on something real quick.
Okay.
I had to force you to watch this movie. Yeah, and it became one of your favorite movies.
I'll give you your little moment.
I am gonna have my moment because you do this all the time. I'm like, you gotta watch this movie. And you're like, I don't wanna. I only wanna watch movies I wanna watch. And then I show you a movie, and 9 times out of 10, it is a movie you fall in love with. And yet you still refuse to watch movies when I recommend you movies.
That's true.
You may go on.
Anyway.
I needed to get that out because people need to know these things.
Anyway, so yeah.
Like Kung Fury! Go on.
So, you didn't have to push me to watch that. I wanted to watch that so badly. You read me the pitch on Netflix, and I was like, yeah, let's watch this. And within the first 3 seconds, I was busting out laughing.
Yes.
So yeah, people... That's just one thing that I think people should just sit back and breathe a little bit. Swoop is hosting. Thank you, Swoop.
Thank you. Howdy.
Seriously, I think people should just sit back, take a breather, and look more at the entertainment side rather than the how unrealistic it would be. Because people say the Tiger tank driver saw that Fury had the bigger cannon, so it would have been the first target. It's like, come on, just don't dissect it that hard.
Right, but in terms of its accuracy, holy crap.
Oh, for sure. Like, getting off of that scene...
It was not a Hollywood movie.
No. It was very... very gritty, very...
Whoa.
Just... very... Whoa. Very dirty, very brutal, very violent. I will say that I didn't understand why the bullets were blue and red. I get if it was to distinguish who was shooting what, but it looked like a Star Wars fight in a lot of the battles.
Right. Like, I get what you're saying.
I didn't understand that part.
Oh God, we're hurt.
I also didn't, at first, I didn't get why Brad Pitt's character had a German rifle the whole time. But if they're in Germany, like, I understand if he took it as a souvenir because he's like, this is a good weapon. But one of the things that I liked that they put in the movie, but at the same time I didn't like because of how nasty it was, but it's true, is that when the Allied forces breached the German barriers, they did, forcefully enlist every man, woman, and child that can hold a gun.
Yeah.
So they went on nothing hold back, everybody fights, and literally 10-year-olds were fighting for the Nazis.
I remember one of your specific reactions to one of the scenes in Fury. And you were like, no! No, that did not!
I don't like when they take things from me. Like, I was happy. I was having
That's war!
I was having a happy moment, but they took it from me, and I was mad. Yes, it's war. But me, personally, my heart was mad. I wasn't sad. My heart wasn't sad. My heart was mad.
Yeah, I get you.
But no, it's real. It was a very brutal movie.
Yeah, I gave you a tender moment very briefly, and then it was just nope.
In terms of historical accuracy, yes, it held up very well. That's the only specific question I had for Fury. So, what is its weakest asset, you think? You think it's too brutal?
No.
That could be a good one.
I think its weakest asset, honestly, was Brad Pitt.
Oh.
And I love Brad Pitt as an actor.
All right,
really
then let's. I'll side with you on that. All right, so let's go down to choice of cast.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Pitt.
Okay, Brad Pitt. He was a good. I love Brad Pitt. I really do. He's one of my favorite actors. And I still think he did good in Fury, but he was outshone. Despite him being the main character, his name was the only one on the like poster roll. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like Brad Pitt, Fury. That's it. His name is the first thing that shows up.
Yep.
And he was outshone by all the other actors.
I agree.
Every single one of them, he was outshone.
He was, because he wasn't playing a role. He was playing Brad Pitt.
Yeah, he was playing.
That's kind of what he does in a lot of his movies. And
yeah.
I mean, everybody loves him, and I'm not gonna sell him short. He's a good actor. Like, he's good at what he does. It's just he has trouble playing roles. Instead he just plays Brad Pitt.
Right.
Whereas every other character played a different role. It's iffy with John Bernthal, because when I see John Bernthal, all I see is John Bernthal. I see Shane.
You see Shane. Right.
But then I realize, okay, that's not Shane. That's John Bernthal. But let's talk about the elephant in the room. Shia LaBeouf did not play Shia LaBeouf.
No.
He played an entirely different role, and he blew it out of the water.
Blew it. He made that movie. So good.
He upstaged Brad Pitt. I'm in full agreement.
Lot.
I'm in full agreement.
My dad agrees with that, and he does not care much for Shia LaBeouf. The only movie he really liked him in was Disturbia, and that was when he was still younger. Like he was like, this is when right after he did like iRobot, and after he did there's another movie he did. I can't remember, but my dad thinks that he was only good in Disturbia. Then he saw Fury, and he's like, oh great, Shia LaBeouf's in this, and he was just like, he made that movie. He did.
Yeah, they were good.
But yeah, and weakest asset, while still an asset, was Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with that. They all really did play great roles at being a very dysfunctional family in this like tiny confinement.
It was a trial by fire movie.
They were forced to become a family and forced to work with each other and fight for each other and work off of each other in order to survive. And like you felt every emotion that each character was feeling within the moment that they were in it.
Yeah.
Like their performances were fantastic.
So yeah, I'm in full agreement with you there.
I saw you walking to that staircase and I saw the water there, and my first instinct was, well, just go swim in it. And then I'm like, oh wait, you can't.
Final Fantasy doesn't allow that.
You can't swim.
I don't think there's a Final Fantasy that allows you to swim.
10.
10, you're right. Only in certain parts, but Yeah, it is still...
There's no Final Fantasy where you can go from walking to swimming.
Yeah.
Episode Ignis, that's it.
Oh yeah, episode Ignis. They did something right there.
You can jump off the dock and go swimming. That's it.
Oh, you can drive a boat. Oh, it's piloted. Oops.
God, that made me upset.
I know. It was still
definitely
definitely the best.
It made me happy because I was upset that you could drive a boat, and then when I realized how terrible it was, I was like, take that.
Like, no, episode Ignis, best DLC probably ever conceived.
Yeah. I use it as a grading system.
Yeah,
it's to DLC. It's like, is it episode Ignis DLC? I don't know.
Actually, I use episode Prompto as a basis. I feel like that did even better. In terms of not better than episode Ignis, but I feel it's more the standard, and episode Ignis exceeded that standard. That makes sense.
We all want, when it comes to DLC, we all want episode Ignis DLC. We want something that uses the original as a diving board. We want something that gives us something new, and something that gives us something that we didn't expect.
Right.
Like that's, and it adds to the replayability. Like that's what we all want with DLC. We want episode Ignis DLC.
Right. Oh yeah, we have some licenses. I should probably do
So
that.
I think it goes without saying when it comes to Fury, would you recommend it? Yes.
Yep.
If you're to the more squeamish viewers, no. But to anybody that likes a good movie, yes. Watch Fury.
Watch Fury. You'll like it. If you don't, I'm sorry, you're wrong. But I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna get.
All right, we're gonna hit our first trilogy. Are you ready?
Is it Lord of the Rings?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
It is the Dark Knight trilogy.
Dark Knight trilogy. Okay.
Yes. So the first one is the one that I'll have the least to say about because it's the least I remember. I think I only saw it once. But it does have the Dark Knight trilogy has a specific question. How does the Dark Knight trilogy compare to other superhero movies?
I'm biased when it comes to this because I'm a Marvel person more than a DC person, and Marvel has done so much better movie-wise and media-wise than DC has, and probably ever will because of what they've done recently within the past decade. And I don't know, I feel like Marvel had its shining moment with and its legacy is now it's as good as it can ever be and will never get better, and it's just on a downhill slope from now. And I feel like DC is just now beginning on the rise. But the Dark Knight trilogy was where it was starting to become really good.
Yeah.
Batman Begins, I don't remember much about it, but I think it's a great origin story. The Dark Knight blew it out of the water and made the Joker was one of the better played of the other ones, but now anybody can.
When I think of live action Jokers, I first think of Heath Ledger, because all the others have just been laughing stocks. Right. No pun intended. I haven't seen the new Joker movie, but people were always saying how great it was. It almost won Best Picture at the Grammys.
Right.
So that holds weight. I haven't seen his performance, but I can only imagine that it must be good if it almost won Best Picture. But for when it comes to holding up to other superhero movies, what I liked about the Dark Knight trilogy is that it was the most human. Like, it was the most believable. There was no superheroes. There was no superpowers. There was no magical element. It was technology. Yeah. That's what made you the superhero. But that's what I kind of liked that.
I think that's why
it was more realistic. It was more relatable.
I think that's why a lot of superhero movies now, even with some Marvel movies, they're more human than they were in the comics.
That's the reason.
They're more relatable.
It's the reason why people had such a problem with Bane not being Bane. It's because they wanted to follow their trend of it being human. Mm-hmm. It's not a superhero movie. It's a human movie. It's a vigilante movie, really.
Yeah.
But that when it compares to other superhero movies, that's one thing that I actually learned to like about the Dark Knight trilogy, is that it was so much more relatable.
Mm-hmm. People, and I agree with you.
People were saying that about Suicide Squad, and that's why it was good when there were ghosts and crocodile people. Whereas The Dark Knight, that's a realistic superhero movie.
Yeah.
When it comes to cast, we'll talk about. I guess we'll talk about the three biggies. There might be a couple other biggies, but it was Christian Bale, right?
Yeah.
That was Christian Bale?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it Christopher Nolan?
Christopher Nolan's the director.
Who was it? Christian Bale as Batman?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did he do his Batman / Bruce Wayne?
This is better directed towards my parents, who have seen all the Batman movies, past and present. Mm-hmm. And I believe they said that George Clooney was like the best Bruce Wayne, and I forget who was the best Batman. I forget who they said the best Batman. They said George Clooney was a terrible Batman, but a great Bruce Wayne.
I think I've heard them say this.
Yeah,
actually,
and despite me not seeing it, I can't help but agree with them. And they said that Christian Bale was like the middleman. He was great as Bruce Wayne and great as Batman, but in terms of comparing to the other actors from the past, there is still a better Bruce Wayne and there's still a better Batman.
I think so. When I look at a good Batman / Bruce Wayne, I think it is good to critique them as the same. Like, how do they play as a Bruce Wayne? Okay, well, how do they play as Batman? Mm-hmm. Are they good at both? When it comes to a Bruce Wayne and a Batman, I feel like there shouldn't be too much shift, whereas Christian Bale did too much of a shift. Like with Batman, he did the really gritty.
Yeah.
He did that voice.
We did the throat cancer voice.
Yeah. And then he was normal as Bruce Wayne, whereas I think when I look at Batman, when I judge a Batman / Bruce Wayne, I look at Kevin Conroy, because there's no shift. He just plays plays the cool, calm, and collected Bruce Wayne and the cool, calm, and collected Batman. And I think that's how Batman should be. I think that's more scary than this, you know?
Yeah. I agree with you.
If someone walks up to you and puts you in a chokehold and says and like tells you, "I'm going to break your arm," I'd be like, "Okay, please don't. Like that's a man who seriously told me I'm going to break your arm. And when I play the Batman games and Kevin Conroy does the interrogations, like, it's scary. Mm-hmm. Like that, it's a man who's not afraid of you running because he knows that you won't run. He's got you.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I'm glad they brought Kevin Conroy back for the Batman games.
Yes.
Oh crap! I'm silenced. That's not good. But despite me only playing Arkham Asylum, I still enjoyed that game. And apparently it's not even nearly the best.
No, Arkham City is the best.
This is what happens when you get silenced, Ash.
Bummer. So that's our opinion on Christian Bale. Again, I'm sorry, I don't... Because the first Batman was the one I've seen the least of. I do scarcely remember Scarecrow.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have been more psychotic.
Yeah, again, they made him more human.
Yes, that's true. But he could have played the role a little more psychotic.
Yeah. You want to know what I think the best part the reason why it's I don't think it's Heath Ledger, and while he does have a significant reason why The Dark Knight was so great, I think it's because of the actions the Joker did.
Yeah.
Rather than his performance.
Mm-hmm. His performance only
amplified.
It was the icing on the cake.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not good.
He was very, very intellectual with the things that he did. It's like,
and he did things shockingly.
Yes, it was
like
a
you're
lot
like
of shock about
he did
what
that.
He did.
Yeah, and you're just that's what the Joker would do.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, that's great. And to the point where, yes, Heath Ledger, may he rest in peace, that he studied so rigorously to be the Joker that he like developed his mindset to go into the Joker.
And he didn't even have to send dead animals to the other cast.
Yeah. But he went complete mindset into being the Joker to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Stop silencing Ash, you pieces of garbage.
It was super impressive. Like it for the time, he set the standard of what Joker should be. But then after thinking about it a little bit more, he didn't set the standard. He's I think you mentioned it earlier. He set a milestone in a way to say anybody can be the Joker.
Yeah. This is you just have to act like this.
You just have to, you don't have to be the Joker that everybody remembers. You can bring something new to the table, and you can be your own Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Some people took that and they ran in the other direction, but there have been other Jokers that.
Speaking of, did you see Suicide Squad?
No,
I didn't either.
I saw a review for it, and it made me giggle.
It made you giggle.
It did.
I'm looking for treasures in there because there's unique
I'm definitely not gonna go out of my way to watch it.
Oh, me neither. Even my parents, and my sister, my younger sister, they went to see it, and they said, "Don't go see this, but you should see this one scene from it." I'm like, that doesn't make me want to watch the movie.
That's yeah. It was a cool scene. It was.
They're like, this was the coolest scene we've ever seen in any movie, and I'm just like. That doesn't make me want to see it.
The fact that they said this is the only scene you should see, like he did the same thing with the movie with Natalie Portman in it. That was like that space movie. He said this movie's awful, but there's this one scene that you should at least see. Don't watch this movie, but watch this one scene. Like he's done that several times with other movies, and and I think I appreciate it because it makes me realize, okay, don't see this movie. You kind of can't critique Morgan Freeman's performance because he's another character where he doesn't play a role, he just plays Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pleasure to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's his name? The guy that plays Alfred.
Shit. You brought this on me. Guy who plays Alfred. Damn, I know his name. And jeez, god damn it.
Chat, help.
Yeah, what's his name?
Who's the guy that plays Alfred in the Dark Knight series?
God, I know his name. This is bugging me. This is hurting. Hey, I learned faith. Nice.
I'm gonna have to look.
I'm gonna have to look.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Oh.
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. Good lord.
All right.
Also, what's his name? Commissioner Gordon. I never remember his name.
I don't either. I'm sorry. He portrayed Commissioner Gordon well.
Well, he's just also a really good actor.
He looked the part. He played it well.
Gary Oldman. That's his name.
Oh, okay. I liked Michael Caine's performance.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Oldman, if that's who he is, I liked him. I think the character I liked the least was Bane.
Yeah, I like Tom Hardy as an actor. Like, I really like him. But he did not do good as Bane. Sorry to say. And I'm pretty sure everybody agreed.
And this isn't me looking for Bane. This was me just looking at his performance. And
yeah.
I don't see.
Especially because of that joke meme that you find so funny. Perhaps.
Or perhaps he's wondering why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane. It was the weakest point. I mean, it was nice to see a character that, you know, overpowered Batman, and then it gave Batman Bruce Wayne's character some actual character progression that I gotta build myself up to be better.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm drawing a blank on played Catwoman.
Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway. Yes.
The beautiful woman Anne Hathaway. Oh God. That's our mark.
She was I don't want to say mediocre. I think I'm looking for another word. A standard Catwoman. You might be able to... What? You might only be able to play a standard Catwoman. Like, there's not much wiggle room.
Yeah. And I don't even think she did a great Catwoman.
There's not much wiggle room to add variety to Catwoman.
Right.
I mean, it was alright. Did you appreciate the tease of Robin in the third movie?
I did, because I was in a way looking forward to it, but it never came out.
I like how it gave you, because it wasn't the name of any Robin. Like,
yeah, it was just Robin.
No, they only teased it at the end that his name was Robin. He was using a different name. I think it was like Blake or something.
Yeah, and
that's not the name of any of the Robins. So you almost didn't know who he was, but you kind of had an idea. Like he was just a cop, and he was just getting in there and doing a lot of the vigilantism when Batman wasn't around. So then when you finally passed the Batcave down to Blake. And then it was like a stewardess or something. And it was like, you should use your first name, Robin. And it's just like, oh, they're just like, here you go, idiots. In case you didn't know,
here you go, freaking idiots.
It was harmless, but they almost set it up like they were gonna make Robin movies, which I think only would have hurt.
Yeah, but then they came out with like the Titan series, and I've heard mixed things about that. I haven't watched it. But I've heard mixed things about it. Would you just... What else can I hit you with?
I think I only saw the first trailer. And it was... To be fair, like, I'm not a Titan fan. So to me, it just looked like some mediocre superhero series. But I can imagine the Teen Titans fans, they probably were up in arms about it because of how poorly they were sticking to the source material.
I guess so, yeah.
They wanted to make it really, really dark and really edgy.
It's like, no, guys, stop.
It's like, that's not what it is. Teen Titans Go portrayed it a little better.
And that's saying something.
That's saying something.
Still waiting
Would you recommend the Dark Knight trilogy?
Oh, yeah.
I would.
I would recommend it.
If anything,
it's hard to think of anyone who hasn't seen it.
That's true. If anything, watch the second one.
Yeah.
Because Batman Begins, that's just the origin story. You can go without that because feel like even if you don't know who Batman is, you got an idea.
Yeah.
So you don't need the background story. You just get into this is a Batman movie. Always fighting the Joker. And it's just an enjoyable movie.
Yeah, and you can, like I said, it's hard to think that anyone in the world hasn't seen it. You know.
I would say watch the second one and don't plan on watching the others. If you like it, then yeah, watch the others. If you find yourself to be a fan of the Dark Knight series and the Dark Knight universe, then yeah, watch the others. But don't plan on it. Just watch the second one. That's my opinion.
I agree with you.
Okay.
What about the different Spider-Man movies?
Oh, we can talk about that.
I know. I'm pretty sure those weren't on a list for you.
It wasn't, but we'll add them. We've both seen it. For me, it stops with the Amazing Spider-Mans and Far From Home.
Right.
But I saw all the 3 Tobey Maguire movies, and I saw them when I was young, so I was the demographic for it. And I remember really liking it because I was just a big Spider-Man fan, and watching Spider-Man being brought to live action and on the big screen, I thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
I thought the fights were great. I thought the watching him web swing, I thought that was great. At the time, I was very entertained with the jokes, but I bet if I was to watch it now, I'd probably find it a little cringy.
Probably.
What fell on me was like the Peter Parker and Mary Jane love scenes, because like that's not what I cared about as a kid. And I feel like she, whatever her name is, she played the part of Mary Jane.
Kirsten Dunst?
If you say so.
Yeah, that's right.
But when the Spider-Man game set my standard of what I think Mary Jane should be, not just the damsel in distress. Like, she gets in there. She, she's in the action. I didn't, looking back at it, I didn't like who they chose to play the role of Goblin.
Are you talking about Norman or Harry?
Norman.
You don't like Willem Dafoe?
Oh, that's his name?
Yeah.
No, not really.
I'm surprised.
He has his roles, but
he has his roles. Norman to be a creep.
Norman Osborn wasn't one of them.
I guess so.
The costume looked cool.
Yeah.
And his voice with behind the mask.
That works.
It fit.
But well, I guess you're right. But it's hard to not see Willem Dafoe as Norman Osborn.
Now, to be fair, I don't think I like Harry Osborn either, because it just reminds me of Anakin Skywalker.
It does?
Yeah, he's just a mad, edgy teen. That's what I see when I look at Harry Osborn. It's like, I hate Batman. I'll kill him. I hate him. Get the teeth. Spider-Man? Get the teeth in there. Is that what I said?
You said Batman.
He gets so mad that he doesn't know who he hates. I didn't just kill Spider-Man. I killed Batman, Superman, and the women and children too. I hate them. So maybe in my opinion, I feel like the Normans could have been casted better.
I guess so. At least played better.
Okay.
No more Oversouls, please.
Is that the new Dark Souls game? Oversouls.
Things are called Oversouls. When you kill like 6 or 7 enemies here, they just spawn, and once you kill 6 of those Oversouls, a rare game spawns that has a lot of HP. It's just annoying.
I see.
Good thing I came stocked here.
What would you say the Spider-Man we'll stick with the trilogy, and then we'll move on to the other Spider-Man movies. But for the Tobey Maguire trilogy, what would you say is its weakest asset?
Spider-Man 3? I mean, wait, what? That doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
Alright, so Spider-Man 1 or Spider-Man 2? What was his weakest asset? I feel like, in a way, it was Tobey Maguire. In a way.
I guess? But... I don't know, man. It's hard to say because it's aged pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say it aged pretty well.
And I'm drawing a blank right now.
All right.
I can't.
It might have to stay if we can't think of anything that we view lower than Tobey Maguire's performance.
Mostly because it's Spider-Man 1, the first one, was really unnaturally good. And it's honestly what brought Marvel back from being so bad. People were like not interested in it, and then Spider-Man movie came out and it started going on its rise.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the Spider-Man Pop-Tarts that came out with that movie?
Yes, I do.
God, those things were awesome. They had the frosting was the webbing on a red frosted Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Oh my God, those things were amazing.
Not gonna lie, you're right.
That was its strongest asset, was the merchandise that came with it. I had a bunch of toys.
But so Spider-Man 1 was really good. And it's really hard to tell if Spider-Man 2 was better or if Spider-Man 1 was better. Because they were both so good. And they had good plots.
I think Spider-Man 1 was better because it didn't really mess around. Like it just got to the point. It told the origin of Spider-Man, gave him a villain. They had they had their conflict. Villain found out Spider-Man's biggest weakness, used it. Spider-Man, it came to the point where he's like, this has to end.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had this final brawl, and I remember that final battle just being really nasty.
Yeah.
It was like, Spider-Man was getting smacked around, like there was blood. Like, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
As a kid, anyway.
Not as a kid, right.
With Spider-Man 2, I think it definitely did step back. Because there was a lot of plot elements that just didn't fit.
Why are you spawning?
Like, it just kind of danced around. You know?
Oh my God. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Why did he lose his powers in the second movie?
I can't remember. It's a movie series I want to watch again.
If there was no other reason than to just give more conflict to being like, oh, he might be losing his powers. What's he gonna do? It's like if that's the only reason.
My God.
If that's the only reason they had it. Like,
dude,
what's the point?
What's going on?
You stink. Get the reserves out.
I would love to get the reserves out.
Good night, sweet princess. Good night, sweet prince.
Can we just kill? Can you just die? Can you just die? Can you just die? Thanks. Christ.
Alright, so... do you have a lot of things to say about the Amazing Spider-Man series?
Yep, here it is. This is bad. The Amazing Spider-Man? I'm...
Because I didn't see it, so you'd have to drive the bus on this one.
You didn't see any of them?
No.
Oh. I personally didn't mind them. I thought they were decent. A lot of people don't, though. A lot of people don't think they were good. This frick. Guys, what are you doing?
Was it a step back from the original?
I in terms of what everyone else thinks, everyone else seems to think so. However, I don't think it was, mostly because I think the effects were a lot better. I think he played a better Peter Parker and a better Spider-Man, but the movies themselves were just kind of worse plot-wise. Their story wasn't as good, but Peter Parker and Spider-Man he's smart, yeah, but he's also a smart ass in the comics, right? He's supposed to be, and Andrew Garfield did that, and I liked that. And everybody's like, "Oh, they were just terrible movies." I'm like, "Okay, maybe their plots were terrible." Ball there, idiot. It's like, just go right next to those guys and get hammered with magic. But that's my opinion. I want this thing. Did I level up with them? Holy crap! Kill it.
Its HP is gone. Why is it still on 4 legs?
Cool. Can we kill this thing now? Everything else gave us such a hard time. And for Far From Home and then, Homecoming and then Far From Home with Tom Holland.
One of my favorite aspects of Homecoming was that they skipped the introduction. Like they kind of realize, all right, you guys all know the story of Spider-Man by now. We don't need to tell his origin story anymore. Let's just get right to the meat of it.
Well, they did it even better because his first introduction was in Captain America: Civil War.
I think I would have appreciated that a lot more if I did watch the Avengers movies, because I would have been like, "Oh my God, it's Spider-Man!" And then I'd be like, "That's not Andrew Garfield. What's up?" And then they bring out his movie. It's like, "Oh, here we go. We get it." Like I would have appreciated it a lot more if I did keep up with it. But I really, really did like Homecoming.
Mm-hmm. It's a fantastic movie.
He played a perfect Peter Parker, and he played a perfect Spider-Man from
as a kid.
Yeah, he was only in high school,
which is when Spider-Man.
Yeah, when Spider-Man
supposed to get it.
Yeah, he's not supposed to look like some college kid. The original Spider-Man is supposed to be a kid.
It's supposed to be a kid on his way into college.
He played it. It's good.
It's good, and Far From Home was even better. Granted, it's after the effects of Endgame, so you'd have to watch that, and you'd have to watch the Avengers movies to be on par with all that. But it's such a good movie.
You could even say that the Homecoming, like that duo, is more realistic than other superhero movies, because I mean, of course. The unrealism comes with him having the wall crawling and the Spidey sense, and the fantastic reflexes. Like, that's his superpower,
right?
Whereas in actual Spider-Man, in actual comic Spider-Man, he had to invent his web. Like that doesn't come out of his wrist like in Tobey Maguire's series.
Well, that's how it was in the Amazing Spider-Man also.
I know, but that's not right. But that's not the comic. Wait, did he? Wait, he invented the web?
Yeah, he invented the web.
Okay. But yeah, that's comic. He invented the web. He can't spit it out of his wrist like Tobey Maguire does. Like he's a boy genius is what Spider-Man is. And then the supervillains in the movie, they got their powers from the technology that they stole from Stark Enterprise.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah, it's realistic. I actually liked Vulture being the main villain.
I liked Vulture as a villain. I liked what they did at the end too.
Yeah, I liked how he I liked how he played the villain. I liked how he was the villain. Like, they didn't go straight to Dr. Octopus or something like that. Like one of his more supernatural villains, they went with a more realistic take on one. The guy harnesses the energy, he makes this jetpack, and the other villains like Shocker, he just has electric gloves. Like, it's not supernatural or anything.
Right.
It's not superpowers. Was Scorpion in the second movie?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Because that was the villain they teased at the end of the first one.
Yeah.
At the end of
No,
Homecoming.
he wasn't. I think he might have been referenced.
I was expecting him to be the villain, because that...
It wasn't Scorpion, it was Rhino.
No, it was Scorpion. He had a scorpion tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
The guy in the jail at the very end
I'm thinking of the Amazing Spider-Man, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Because he was teased with... Rhino was teased at Amazing Spider-Man. And then there's Into the Spider-Verse, which I don't think you've seen.
9.
That's such a good movie. I hate these things. I hate them.
So I think when it comes to movies, Spider-Man was half hit, half miss.
In terms of what everyone accepts, yes.
Depends
In terms of entertaining,
depends on who's at the helm.
right. In terms of how entertaining it is, that's up for debate. I thoroughly enjoyed all the movies. All Spider-Man trilogy, the first one, the Amazing Spider-Man duos, and then the 2 Tom Holland movies.
The
MCU ones, yeah.
MCU movies. That's what I thought. That's when they remade Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield. I thought it's because they were planning to put him in the Avengers. I thought Andrew Garfield was going to be the Spider-Man in the Avengers movie.
Right, a lot of people thought that.
But he wasn't. They brought in some new dude.
Brought in a new kid nobody's heard of, and they were just like, oh, he's good? Okay.
Oh, he's not American? Okay.
Oh, he's not American? Alright.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy, though.
A good guy. Where's my white mask? It's all the way down here? Crap.
Alright, do you want... Let's talk about... We're gonna go back to Liam Neeson.
Alright.
Let's talk about Rob Roy.
Okay.
Alright.
I don't remember much of the movie.
Me neither. So let's talk about what we do remember.
It's all about Liam Neeson.
Alright, yeah, that's the joke. Let's talk. We've made the joke. Let's talk about it as an actual movie.
Okay.
From what I do remember, it was like it was a movie about like the Scottish Revolution, something like that. Liam Neeson played a character that was in charge of a village or a family, or I know like most of them were his brothers, but he was in charge of this large group of Scottish warriors that were trying to defend their village against an invading English guy and his army, and they couldn't. But so then they
couldn't.
So then they fought back. It's a Scottish action movie.
They couldn't.
But like, I don't think if really the action part was the only thing that stuck out to us, then I think that the rest was its weakness.
Yeah.
Because I know for sure there were you know, the over sexual content wasn't really to my liking. Mm-hmm. He had a one-on-one fight at the end, Liam Neeson and the main antagonist. They had a one-on-one fight.
Why do you keep calling him Liam Neeson?
Why not?
There's got to be something about that.
Because I saw one of my favorite streamers call him that, and that kind of stuck. The fight at the end was okay. It was slow going, and there was a lot of instances where where Liam Neeson's character was getting beaten around, and then he comes back with this one last final strike on the guy.
Mm-hmm. Hits him right through.
And that was pretty much it. Like, he kept getting Liam Neeson kept getting slashed, and then it's like, oh, he's gonna die. And they did kind of set it up to be like, I'm not gonna live through this.
Right.
And then he ends up living. But we joke about the movie so much because I think that's all we took out of it was There's
Right.
things we could joke about, and I think that holds weight
Oh.
because we didn't enjoy the movie.
I think it's also because the villain in the movie, the Englishman, was really a villain. It was a guy you hated.
Yeah, he
played a
okay.
He played
That's
the
a
part.
strong suit.
Yeah.
The villain was a very good villain because the minute he steps on screen, you're like, I hate this man. I want to see
And then
this
he
man.
did villainous things.
I want
like
to see this
terrible
man
things.
get sliced in two.
And you do. You see
Yeah.
him get.
He gets clean.
My
cleaned in
parents,
half.
who like that movie more than they probably should, they said that that villain deserves such a much worse death. I'm like, how do you get cleaved through the heart halfway through with a big claymore? How do you get a worse death than that? That you saw the power behind that. That was vengeance.
He cleaves him in half, but enough to make him live. And then he whistles with his fingers, and then all the wolves from the gray come in and they eat him. They eat him alive. It's a colorful spider.
Baders.
But I will get, yeah. If anything, I'll give it praise for creating a villain that
You hate.
you hate, and that's a good villain
Mm-hmm.
for sure. But other than that,
It's not too great.
no, I personally wouldn't recommend the movie.
No.
So
I'd say watch it just to understand what we're talking about.
yeah, as much as we do talk about it, we honestly do hold the movie fairly low.
I guess that's why you brought this all up, because there's a lot of movies that we know but that we actually didn't like.
Yeah, it's either we bring it up a lot, but we actually don't like it, or we love a movie, but we don't talk about why we like it, or the things that we might not like about it. Instead, we hold it on a pedestal. Like, for Scott Pilgrim, I feel like there's too much that I hold it on a pedestal, which, in my opinion, it deserves, but I never talk about what I don't like about it. And believe it or not, there are things I don't like about it.
Mm-hmm. And we just did. So
Yeah,
that's
so
that.
this is we're getting it all out. I've got the Thing on here. Do you want to talk about the Thing?
Oh man, I do, but I don't, because I can't. For the life of me, I can't think of a flaw for either of the movies.
I've got more flaws with the remake, not the remake, the prequel than the first one. With the first one, I don't think I've got anything I don't like about it.
There are people that disliked the prequel remake, or the prequel, the one that came out later, because they're like, oh, it's not true to the original, and I'm like, it kind of is.
It is.
It's just in different ways.
It's very true to the original. Like,
why are we dying?
If you look at the little if you look
Christ,
at
what happened?
If you look at the little details, they wanted to make it as clear cut to match the original. I'm talking about what the prequel did.
Yeah.
It did a lot to match it, and I think that's why it can be equally compared to the
Right, but a lot of people said that, oh, it's not disgusting like it was in the first movie. I'm like, that's not the point of it.
It's still pretty gross.
The point of it is, yeah, it's still got gross.
It's not, but yeah, it's not supposed to be about gross out factor.
It's supposed to be about paranoia.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about it. Oh boy.
One of the problems that I have about the prequel is that it did have to use the original for its source material.
Yeah.
And I think it did it. That only possibly hindered it because it couldn't work too much.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't get too eccentric with its plot and with where it was going because it had to match with the original. And that only held it back in certain aspects.
Mm-hmm.
With the another thing that I didn't like was some of the performances of the characters. Like one of the characters that really irks me is the guy that he played. What's his name?
Which one?
The guy that gets merged with Edward.
I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
No, Jonas? No, it's not.
No, not Jonas.
But yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. I don't like his performance.
He was sidelined, I guess, is the way to put it. If that makes sense. Like, he was there to just be there.
He almost plays it in a way that, like, he knows he's on camera, so he kind of forces his performance because he knows his face is center screen.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the feeling I get from his performance. Maybe that's not what he was trying to do, but that's what I got from it. And he's, in terms of the characters, I think he's the weakest. There are other characters that don't say more than him, and they're only meant to die off, but I think that's better because you don't hear them enough to not like them.
I guess
Whereas
so.
him, he's around for most of the movie, and every time he talks, I'm just like, ugh.
But
even
with that,
misrepresent the good fellow, but
even with that, I can't find enough fault to not recommend either of the movies.
No, if you watch,
but if you watch them, watch the first one first.
If you watch the original,
1980s version.
If you want to watch one of them, you have to watch the other.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in terms of timeline, the newer one came out later.
Yes.
The newer one is the prequel to the 1980s version, but you really should watch the 1980s one first. Because it just, even though it was made in the 80s and it has the much less quality of today's standards, it still holds up. Like, it's still gross, it's still horrific, it's still terrifying, and it still gives you that sense of mystery. Like, what's going to happen? What's going on? Who is who? You know? And the newer version kind of amps that up and it already establishes that because you've seen the original, now you know this is where it all starts.
Yeah.
So you're just like, wow, what's going to happen now? And they did such a good job with bringing in actual points of reference from the original, like the merger thing.
Yeah.
That was burned.
Yep.
They did so well with recreating that.
It's never mind. It was a little thing that, like, that has a little miscontinuity, but it's a little thing.
What?
When in the original movie they walk up and there's gas cans around, like it was purposefully burned, whereas in the prequel, Kate burns it with a flamethrower.
Right.
But that's a little thing.
It is a little.
Whereas one of the things I liked that they got was, they in the original movie they say there were 14 members. There were 14 members on their original crew, and there were 14 Norwegian members that were at the base, not counting the Americans, because they weren't documented.
Right.
So I liked how they got that right.
She's gonna have a great sword now, I guess. Okay, these are in. Okay, I don't need to deal with those.
So yeah, would you recommend it? Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
They're among both of our favorite movies.
Yes.
Both of them are.
If you like a thriller, watch The Thing. Don't watch The Grey. Watch The Thing.
Is The Ritual on there?
It is. That's further down the list.
Okay.
Next on the list is Logan.
Logan. Recommend it? Yes.
What is its weakest asset?
The villain. Also the terrible. This is one of my pet peeves, and I said this while we watched it. Also, when they were doing the recording of what on the cell phone. I'm like, no, you don't get away with that.
That
was bad. That was really bad.
They needed a way to tell what was going on behind the scenes, and that was the best they came up with.
Not only that, it was just bad.
God.
It's like you don't record that with a cell phone and then
you go into iMovie to edit it all together.
Yeah, you don't do that. Like you
can't do that.
That's not how it works.
Oh God.
That was bad.
That was pretty.
Other than that, and the villain the villain was lackluster too.
Yeah, the villain barely did anything. The guy with the robotic arm, all you wanted to do was punch him in the face, which I guess he was the best of the villains.
I guess
because you were happy to see him go.
But even then, it's just like.
But then after that, I hated that they needed a way for Logan to. And what did they do? They created a character that was meant. His only sole purpose was to. Like, come on. Like, at least have him go down in like a blaze of fury. Barely even did that.
But other than that, good movie, good conclusion. Hugh Jackman is still one of the best.
Yeah, I was happy to, even though he didn't want to, I was happy to see Hugh Jackman because he wasn't trying to play starting Wolverine. Like, he wasn't trying to play young Wolverine. He was playing old, tired Wolverine. I feel like he probably enjoyed playing that Wolverine better.
Yeah, he's like, all right, this is finally what I want to do.
He wasn't trying to like be angsty. He wasn't trying to be.
That was just him.
He wasn't trying to be argumentative. He was tired, and that's the Logan he was supposed to play. So I think I enjoyed seeing him. The girl, Daphne, I think her name is. She played a good X-23.
Should we go fight him?
Sure.
I was gonna continue further.
Let's see it. Mystery.
Actually, yeah, I'll probably go that way because I'm probably gonna die going that way anyways.
Back to those mines. I liked seeing Patrick Stewart back in the chair. I do like the concept of Logan, how there are no more mutants to the point where mutants are the minority. It's uncommon, and it's actually it's scary to see a mutant, and it's frowned upon to see a mutant. So them trying to hide it is, I think that's great. They're not looked at as heroes anymore. They're looked at as menaces now, and I like that. It made it more relatable how people don't expect to see a mutant anymore because they're all gone.
Look at that sword. Look at that sword. Look at that sword.
It's a nice sword.
It's a nice sword. It's a claymore. It's a great sword. It's bigger than she is.
For Rob Roy.
For Rob Roy.
For Rob Roy.
Ah, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, right.
Off topic. What's your preferred Gilgamesh?
Dissidia.
Not this one?
No. He missed. Great entrance.
Now we fight.
But you like this version of
this
Battle of the Big Bridge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Slice thrice.
Slice thrice, yes. I'll keep this on you. Move on.
What would you... Ooh. Is there anything that you wish they had added to Logan?
honestly, I liked what they did with Deadpool, with as a teaser for him like trying to dig him back up, and then segue into the Deadpool movie or the Deadpool 2 movie. I wish they made that canon as a teaser for after Logan, but they didn't. It was only advertising, really.
I will say, like, none of the other movies are canon to Deadpool except Logan. I like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like Deadpool was at the wheel on that one, and he said, "I only want to be canon with Logan." It's because he's got some beef. He's got beef with. He doesn't have beef with Logan. He has beef with Hugh Jackman.
Come on, steal it. What
are you trying to take?
I think it's the Genji shield.
Slice thrice.
Both of you got it.
You've done it.
I think next is the Genji helm.
It's I feel like this fight is taking up the conversation.
This is only the first part of the fight. And now we steal again. Uh-oh.
He's not doing much to you.
No, because this is like a level 40 version, and then when you fight him again, he's like towards level 70.
You fight him again?
Yeah, you fight him twice. He's got a fake Buster Sword.
Fake gunblade.
He's got a fake gunblade and a fake Tornasol from this game. Right now.
It's like how all these blades are fake, but he is convinced that they are the real ones.
Come on, steal it.
He's like, I'm the greatest swordsman in the world. Look at all these amazing swords that I have. I'm amazing.
He's also huge. Look how big he is. This is his normal size.
He's got to be that big to hold that ego.
Alright, Balthier.
Good night.
Boy, he doesn't want to give it up.
Because Balthier is like picking through his pockets. He's supposed to get on his head.
Genji gloves. Nice. He says. But it is. Oof.
Good night.
It's okay. He brings her back with a full HP.
Well, damn.
Oh, you're so weak with a great sword.
What should she be using?
A katana. Well, she should be using a staff or a mace because her strength is god awful. No ultimate illusions. But what else? Look at those polka dot pants. Hey, for those of you who are in my campaign, that's Gilgamesh.
Look at this dude.
Look at this dude.
Not my dog. Bye.
Bye. Flippy dippy. He's stabbing himself in the shoulder. With
Do you know where you are, Penella? You don't know where you are.
What?
She doesn't know where she is right now.
She's like, I don't know how to wield a great sword. Don't worry, we're gonna go fight him again.
Alright.
I don't know if we're gonna beat him, but we're gonna try. I actually guarantee we're not gonna be able to beat him. Because he hit too hard. Oh wait, I know Bubble now. This is great.
Bubbles.
Bubble.
Yay.
Do I know Bubble? I do know Bubble.
You fight him here?
No, this is the big bridge fight, and then I fight him. Like, I don't have the map, but it's like way over that way.
How do you get there?
I gotta go through this area.
Okay. One of the jokes that, you know, you and I make and that everybody else makes is that Logan is just Last of Us. Which I think, to be fair, like, looking at it as a whole, it doesn't do any harm because it's an unbeatable formula.
Yeah.
You know, father figure, daughter figure.
Yeah.
Doing, you know, going out of your way to protect the daughter figure. The daughter figure grows to be just as strong as the father. Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like, it's...
Right.
It's a good plot line.
Uh-huh.
Like, to be fair.
I'm not arguing.
If it's the closest thing that we ever get to a Last of Us movie, I'm fine with that.
Right, but I remember when we went to theaters to watch it, and we were both looking at each other like, this is Last of Us.
Like, this is exactly Last of Us. This exact thing happened in The Last of Us. Look, they're even wearing backpacks.
Look, backpacks.
Oh, he put on a plaid shirt and a jacket. Pretending he's from Texas.
Oh, the girl learned how to drive? Oh, look at that.
The girl already knew how to drive? Look at that.
I know how to pop a clutch. What?
How the hell do you... Never mind.
There's some treasure here I need to get.
Alright, we got another trilogy on our hands.
Our learns.
No, that... We can talk about that one. I didn't put that one on the list.
What's the other trilogy?
John Wick.
Oh.
Alright, so we're going to stay on track. John Wick 1. What is its weakest asset?
I'm going to be honest. This is more your strong suit because I've only seen each of the movies once.
Okay.
I don't remember much of the first John Wick, aside from they shot his dog and his wife.
So they didn't shoot his wife.
I mean, his wife died and they shot his dog.
Okay. So are you getting at like the plot is unrememberable?
No,
or
it's not that. It's just
weak.
It's not that. It's just I don't remember much of it because I guess I enjoyed it too much and I was enjoying the... It's like, holy crap, do you see this action?
Maybe that could be labeled as a weakness, is that the action over trumps everything. So that when there's not action, you're just kind of like, oh, when's the action?
Ow.
Like, it has no... It doesn't have any other flavor other than action. So then when there isn't any action, you're just... You're bored.
I guess
that could be a weakness of it. The action is so good that everything else just doesn't compare. And to be fair, there are some character dialogue back and forth that is very nice. Like when he's at the... Like when he's talking to... the guy's name is Aurelio at the car shop. I really like that interaction. And I love when John and Vigo talk to each other because they talk as if they've been like long friends, but they know that right now we have to be enemies. Mm-hmm. But I still remember the times that we were friends.
Yeah, I liked that too.
And they kind of like play off each other like that. And as much as Vigo is an enemy, he's kind of funny. Like he's a funny villain. He's not a good villain because I laugh at him a lot. Like the time when John intercepts his van and he shoots the driver with a shotgun and it causes the van to crash, and then John gets up on the hood and he gives one final shot through the windshield. Mm-hmm. All Vigo does is just go, cool it, cool it, cool it.
Cool it.
Like, he knows that he's caught. He's like, all right. You got me.
Yeah, that's entertaining. I'll give you that because you are my tank. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine, Vaughn the Thug.
So we'll come back.
But again, that's something for you more than it is for me.
Okay.
I just really enjoyed the movies. Despite not liking the third one as much, I still enjoyed it.
We'll come back.
We'll come back.
All right, so the second one, we're both on even ground now because I've only seen the second one once, and that was in the theaters.
Again, I don't remember much about it. I just remember it being a movie I really enjoyed.
It was a sequel, yeah. It was a sequel that we didn't think we were going to get because the first one ended without a cliffhanger. So we didn't think we were going to get a sequel. But then when we got one, we were all excited because we remembered how good the first one was. And I think the second one did just as good. It held to those expectations. But it ended on a cliffhanger. So we were all hyped for the third one. So out comes the third one. And I think it's the weakest one. I think the third one was the weak link of the trilogy.
Yeah, I agree.
And unfortunately, that one ended on a cliffhanger. So, why do you think the third one was the weakest?
Because of the absurdity of some of the things they did.
Like what?
Let me remember. Well, you see, I don't remember much. I think there's Dragon Mail here. But... Oh, it's right here, isn't it? Oops. What do you remember about it?
I remember that the third one really wanted to dive into the lore of the Assassin Guild, and I understand why it did it because they want to make more, and they need the Assassin Guild, like the head of the Assassin Guilds, to be the next villain for John.
Right.
But in order to do that, they needed to give it a story rather than John just going after an enemy that's invisible to us that we know nothing about. So I understand why it gave it more lore, but it did it too much. They realized they had to give it lore, but there was a lot that they had to tell, and they had to squeeze it. They had to squeeze all of it into this one movie, and it was the movie that had the least amount of action. And the first one, I think, help taint our view of the third one because, like I said before, the action is so good that all we wanted was the action, and the third one didn't give it to us so much. So I think that's what made us angry. And the beginning also started out great because it didn't mess around. It got right to the action.
There was also a lot of gruesome things that was really unnecessary in the third one, like the eyeball stabbing one. That was, but one real great strong suit I feel is for the John Wick trilogy so far is the weird comedy about it.
Yeah,
it does so many things that you should not laugh at, but you do.
Yeah, we're watching people get shot, get their arms broken, get absolutely mutilated, and we're laughing at it, like
because they do it in a comedic way.
It is. It's strange. I think that's a strong suit. It turns.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
great action. It pairs action with comedy, and it's kind of incredible how it was able to do that.
One part in the third movie I remember is the part where they're fighting in the hallway thing, with books and antiques and all that, and he just kept throwing knives. And he wouldn't stop, and he blocked a few, and then he threw them back, and then the guy was dead, and he kept throwing them. I'm like, all right, we get it.
It was silly, but it also kind of showed how innovative John Wick is with his combat, because he's not at home. He doesn't have his guns. He's in an unfamiliar place, and yet he's still able to kill, tens of, 20s of enemies that are surrounding him, and he's able to just use the environment around him to get the upper hand. Like, it shows how smart he is.
Yeah.
And that helped to sort of, develop his character a little bit.
Yeah.
But another thing that I didn't like
come on.
Another thing I didn't like of how they
You're here now?
They kept throwing like rules at us. Like, it was almost like when you're a kid and you're at the playground and you're playing with your friends and you're playing tag or something, and the tagger comes up to get you, and then you sit down and you're like, oh, shield, and it's like, it was almost like playground rules,
Yeah.
I didn't like how they kept doing that. Like, John would come up and they'd be like, oh, we can't talk to him. And he's like, I've got this that says you can, and it's like, all right. Or he goes to talk to the girl with the dogs, and she's like, no, I'm not listening to you. And he's like, you owe me. And it's like, yeah, you're right, I owe you. And it's like,
also, that's another thing I didn't like about... I don't mind Halle Berry. I don't mind that she was a kick-ass assassin, but they gave her... half of the movie was about her.
Yeah. A good portion of it was they gave her the spotlight.
Yes,
I mean, I get why they did it, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. I get why they did it, but it hindered the movie. To a lot of other people, it hindered the movie. Or just that section, not the movie. It just hindered that section. We came for John. The dogs fighting was pretty cool, though. It was very, very fluent with when she fought and how the dogs fought with her. I thought that was very cool. So yeah, I still hear people say that the third one was the best, and I just don't see it.
Yeah,
I think the third one was the worst.
I think it was the worst. I think the second one was the best.
The first one was great. The second one was just as good. Like, there's no... It's equal. They're equal. The first and second one, in my opinion, were equal. But the third one was worse. And it makes me nervous about what the fourth one's going to be. If it's going to keep going down slope, or if it's going to come back up.
Well, dear, what are you doing? Okay, your gambits need to change there, Pinello.
But I would recommend the John Wick series.
I would still recommend it. Yeah.
I would say they are fantastic action movies, and if you just want an action movie, go watch the John Wick series. You'll love it. If you're not all about action, then give it a pass, because that's all it is.
I don't think I'm going to be able to
It is one of the only movies that Keanu Reeves plays a wonderful role. Like, there's not many movies that Keanu Reeves is good in, except John Wick. Because I look at Keanu Reeves and I'm like, that's John Wick.
Not even Matrix.
Nope. No. I look at that and I see Keanu Reeves. I don't see Neo. I look at John Wick and I don't see Keanu Reeves. I see John Wick. To be fair, though, I give him credit for the amount of training he put in. He put in for that movie.
He loved what he did.
As far as I know, he did all the stunts in that movie, and all that combat that he did, that was him, because he trained for it, and I find that absolutely admirable. Like, you go, Keanu. As much as I may bash on Keanu, he's one of the actors I would love to meet.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I would love to meet Keanu
One of the most wholesome individuals in existence.
I would love to have lunch with Keanu Reeves. I like the one video he was in when he was answering questions surrounded by puppies. And the first thing...
like, stop.
The first line he was in, he's just like, puppies! And he's just like, oh my goodness. What a teddy bear. Alright, okay. We're gonna tackle some foreign films.
Okay.
We're gonna tackle Journey to the West. And what was the other movie? Among Gods?
Among the Gods.
Among the Gods.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna talk about those two movies.
Okay.
So first, Journey to the West.
I need to hear your things on that first, because you know how I feel about them. Why?
I think to start off, I would say I wouldn't recommend Journey to the West.
It's another niche. It's another niche.
It takes a very first word that comes to my mind is interesting mindset, but you have to really be able to think outside the box for Journey to the West.
It's also one of those movies that if you don't know Chinese lore or mythology, you're gonna be like, what's going on?
You have to have an open mind to enjoy Journey of the West, which you and your family, they all do. So that's why you and your family really love Journey to the West. And I did enjoy it. It had some very interesting scenes, but I think it's the fact that it relies on your knowledge of Chinese lore, Korean lore, Chinese lore to understand it.
Right.
And I think that's its weakest asset, is that it relies on you knowing the lore. If
it still does a good job of telling you what it is.
It does.
But you still do have to have prior knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah.
To really understand it.
When it comes to the CGI, I think it's very believable. Like it had some very epic CGI scenes when the demons came in. It's also a movie that it starts off kind of goofy, so you're like, oh, this is going to be a goofy foreign film, but then right after it doesn't.
Nope, right after it's just like,
a child gets devoured, and that's it. Like,
and there's some emotional scenes in it too.
Yeah, it's not. I feel like that's one of foreign films' strengths is that they pull a 180 on you. Like, within seconds. They think that you think that you're watching this goofy movie, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's dark.
Oh, this is bad. No.
In terms of cast, like, I think the cast it's fine. I mean, I don't know the cast, but they played their roles fine. I liked the main character. I don't know as much about the Monkey King as you and your dad does, so I wouldn't be able to say how well the Monkey King was portrayed. What would you say? Did the actor portray a good Monkey King?
I'd say so, but I also feel that in this other movie I saw with my parents, it was another iteration of the Monkey King. I forget what it was called, but that one had a much better Monkey King in it, in terms of how he was portrayed. In this one, I feel like it was good because he was manipulative, and that's the Monkey King.
I saw him as... I didn't see any good in him. All I saw was just a villain.
Because he's a demon.
Is that what he's supposed to be?
Yeah,
though?
yeah.
Okay.
The Monkey King is a demon. He was thrown away from heaven because he was disrupting peace, and he defied Buddha, and there's a whole lore segment to it. Oh God, Ash, you're gonna get killed. Ash, we're gonna die. Ash, you're dead. Thank you. Ash.
Hey, I know that sword. That's the new one Vaughn has in Dissidia.
Yeah.
So I did enjoy the movie. I would honestly be hesitant if I was asked to watch it again.
Okay, but what about Among the Gods?
Absolutely fantastic.
That movie
movie
had no right to be as good as it was.
I think that's the way to put it. It had no right being as good as it was, but my God, was that movie incredible. It looked into...
No way!
What'd you get?
No way! I got the best mace in the game.
Yeah, saw it here first. The martial arts stream.
That's like I think like
the best mace in the game.
Dude! That's got like a 10% chance of spawning.
Nice.
Most of the time I have to get it from trial mode. I'm just like
So, sorry.
That movie had so much emotion in it.
Among the Gods it's a movie about a guy who dies, and he's basically being judged through all of the 7, 9?
I think it's seven courts of hell.
Courts of Hell. But it goes off of the Korean
Korean it's Korean
religious system.
Yeah.
So he's being judged physically, like going to each realm of hell, and he's being judged as the life that he lived beforehand, and he's being judged at every ring for every action that he does, and then they see if they can move him on, but the people that are guiding him are trying to move him on because they see him as a paragon, and if they can send seven, no, not even, like 40 something.
Yeah, I think it's a total of 40.
If they can send enough paragons to be resurrected, reincarnated, then they get to live. They get to be reincarnated as well. But that's basically the story. But it gets so emotional because like it goes back and forth between the spiritual world and the real world, and what the life that he left behind in the real world is being affected, and the life that he's trying to, and like him trying to prove himself to the gods in the spiritual world, and it flips back and forth, but it all ends up coming together in the end, and it's one of the few movies that I wanted to cry in. 'Cause
I don't care what you said. I did cry in that movie.
It's just, oh my god, it's just it was incredible. The action scenes were even you wouldn't think that a movie like that would have action scenes, but it did, and it was cool.
And it was cool.
It had it had it had scenes where it flipped, it made you second guess yourself. Like, you're like, wait, when did this happen? And then you're like, is this real? And you're like, oh, I remember. That's why this character did this in this scene. And you're like, it mind flays you. So, but now it comes down to, would you recommend it? And I would say yes.
Even if you're not a foreign moviegoer,
it doesn't take too much of an open mind to get on track with this one.
Oh no, it is beyond amazing with how good it is. Finally, the whale whisker. Look at that.
It's another movie where it's got comedic scenes, but then it instantly goes dark.
That's what I wanted. Yes, Doctor. All right, but who gets it? Looks like it's just Vaughn.
What would you say is its weakest asset? I think the fact that it is a foreign film.
I guess the fact that it's a foreign film and that so many people disregard foreign films.
That's actually a good point, because this day and age it's much more xenophobic. Because guess what won Best Picture at the Grammys?
What?
A foreign film.
Really?
There's a foreign film called Parasite.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
It won Best Foreign Film, and then it was nominated Best Picture, and it won both awards. And people didn't like that, and I think it's because of this xenophobic society that we live in now.
Right.
People, they don't like it. People wanted to see 1917 win. They wanted to see Joker win. They wanted to see the Fairy Tale in Hollywood. I think that's the name of it.
Yeah, it's not American. Why?
Yeah. They wanted to see all these American movies win, which, by the way, 1917 isn't an American movie.
Right.
But they wanted to see. They didn't want to see a foreign film win. But from what everyone else says, Parasite deserved to win because of how much of an amazing film it is.
Mm.
And I think the same can be said about Among the Gods. Just because it's a foreign film, please do not look past it.
That movie is beyond better than it should be.
Yes.
As we said before, it has no right being as good as it does, as it is.
I'm the guy that has said over and over, I would much rather watch English movies than watch foreign films with subtitles because I think it takes away from the charm of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I was highly mistaken with Among the Gods. Like, I'm so glad that I did not pass that movie up.
I saw the second movie. They're making the third one, which I'm so happy for because I saw the second movie, Among the Gods 2, and it continues from the right after. So the guy becomes a paragon, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's to his brother, who they're now trying to make a paragon. And my mom says she likes that better than the first one, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's not better, but it has more action in it. It has a lot more action in it, but in terms of emotional scenes, the first one has it hands down.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, I freaking cried. My dad cried. My mom cried. You almost cried.
Mm-hmm.
That's multiple times. That movie is. It pulls at your heartstrings.
It does. I felt the same way about that movie that I did about a 5-minute animated Pixar flick.
Oh, the Pow or whatever it's called?
Yes, I think Bow or something like
Bow? That. My dad, I honestly didn't care for that one.
I don't know how you guys didn't cry at that.
My dad did.
I was bawling.
My dad saw that in the theater and he's like, no.
God, I hated it.
He's like, this should not exist.
I'm crying in the middle of the theater. What's wrong with me? What's wrong?
What's this?
Oh, God.
What is it?
What's this?
Oh, fuck. What is this? Run, Bosch.
Oh, God.
Run,
so,
Bosch.
Yeah, if you get a chance to watch Among the Gods, please watch it. You will miss out otherwise. Don't just look down on it because it's a foreign film. It deserves all the praise that we give it.
Okay, I don't believe we're gonna beat Gilgamesh because
we're in our 40s.
We're in our 40s.
We're all in our midlife crises.
Yeah. Now, we have good, decent gear, but we don't have much else.
We poked at this movie earlier, and the next one on the list is Advent Children. Final Fantasy Advent Children.
You're not a big fan of 7, and to be fair, neither am I.
The only instance of 7 I have is
Crisis
Core and Advent Children. That's it.
And you liked Crisis Core.
I did like Crisis
I
Core.
really liked Crisis Core.
It was good.
And Advent Children is the sequel to the events of the game Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 years later. We're gonna die here, by the way. Just so you guys are aware, we're gonna die here. Gilgamesh is going to destroy us.
Just getting that out of the way.
Oh, Fran, do you know Scathe? Please tell me you know Scathe.
You said that about other hunts. And we came out okay.
Yeah, this is a level 70... This is a level 70... abilities.
So what would you say is Advent Children's weakest asset?
She doesn't know it. Oh? Weakest asset? The fact that you have to kind of know events of 7. You don't really, but it helps. It's kind of like what other movie did we just talk about that you had to know things?
Journey to the West?
Was it Journey to the West? Yeah.
We said that you had to know the lore of Chinese folklore.
It's kind of the same way with Advent Children, but it's still a great CGI movie.
I feel like it's perfect that you and I talk about it because you know 7. You know the lore of 7.
Yeah.
I don't. So here I am not knowing anything about 7, and I'm coming into watching this movie, whereas you knew.
How long I've waited.
What's that?
Gilgamesh fights again!
Do-do-do-do-do-do. There's a treasure back there. Okay.
Can you steal Brotherhood?
No.
Take Brotherhood from him.
I didn't buff up before this fight. That's bad. Yep.
Oh my god. Does it have 2 hooks?
It does have 2 hooks. That's how you can tell, like, it's
fake.
It's definitely fake. Where's the dispel note? Here it is.
It's a sword called Cousinhood. There's no physics on the ribbon either.
Look at this, we're dead.
You can do it, Fran.
What's over here?
You can do it. No, Fran.
To be fair, I'm really not even trying. I just want to see what's over here. The Masamune, hey! Can you equip it? Can you equip it? You can't equip it!
Get out. Get out.
Can't get out.
You got the treasure, get out.
Can't get out.
Then what's the point of getting the treasure?
Because you're supposed to be like at least 50 to 60 for this.
One of my problems about
Am I almost out of... Oh no. That's another bad thing I did. I didn't stock up on Phoenix Downs.
One of my problems about Advent Children was how long you had to wait for Sephiroth to show up. And then he's only there for a few minutes. He's there for one fight and then that's it.
That's true. But aside from that, it's a decent movie. It's not really something I'd recommend because it's big on Final Fantasy. Like we're dead. We're dead, guys.
Yeah, you can only
make one last final thing, Vaughn.
You can only recommend it to Final Fantasy fans.
Right.
You've heard him a little bit. We're doing it.
Bye, Fran.
No.
Bye, Fran. Dun dun. I'll go forward in the story.
All right.
Then. The main reason I wanted to come back to this area to, one, not to fight Gilgamesh, but to get the first 2 pieces of Genji equipment and then get the high-end, whatchamacallits.
And you got the best mace in the game.
I did!
Which you didn't think you were going to get.
I really didn't. But now I have to make my way all the way back over here.
Oh, no.
Through this horrendous... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I did like how... Was this the first... It was, wasn't it? The first introduction to 7's voice actors.
Yes, it was. Oh, wait. Kingdom Hearts was.
Okay, Kingdom Hearts was
the first to
introduce Cloud's voice actor.
Cloud's voice actor. Not even Sephiroth's, just Cloud's. Okay, Bosch.
But the Advent Children was the reason why their voices now became their staple.
Yeah.
It was all thanks to Advent Children.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Whoops.
Actually, what came first, Advent Children or Crisis Core?
Advent Children did.
Okay.
Yeah. Advent Children by far. Advent Children came out 2006, and I think Advent Children Complete was also 2006. Advent Children came out right before Kingdom Hearts 2 came out.
So Advent Children gave a tease.
What am I doing?
What are you doing?
I don't want to fight this.
So Advent Children gave you a tease at who Zack was, and then Crisis Core came out?
No, because Zack was actually in the first Final Fantasy. It's just he was Cloud was going through memories that he thought he was reliving Zack's memories when he was thinking it was himself.
What about the line of "Protect your honor as soldier"?
Comes from Zack.
From 7 or Crisis Core?
That comes from Crisis Core.
So when he said that in Advent Children, that was a tease at Crisis Core.
Wait, he does?
Yeah. He says it during the complete edition, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
Could have swore he does.
Well, I have it. I intend to watch it again. I might actually watch it again tonight because I don't remember. I just remember when I first got Advent Children complete, and I had you watch it with me because I was so excited. And I'm like, wait, this isn't in the movie. This wasn't in the first one. I'm like, shut up. Like I got excited because I'm like, this is content I haven't seen.
The fight in the complete edition with Sephiroth is a lot more brutal.
Yeah, it is. Guess we have to go to the Fail.
Cloud gets another ram up the old sternum.
It's like, oh, you're not dead? Cool.
It's like, what's the point? If you stab him through the vital organs and you don't kill him, like, what's the point?
It's like, it's plot. Of course.
It's like, oh, you're still wearing that armor, are you?
I have to go... Yeah, this way.
To be fair, like, I think a lot of people, like a lot of Final Fantasy fans, especially Kingdom Hearts fans, they look at the characters from 7 and they see the Advent Children get up and they just think that that's the staple, where they don't know that it came from this specific movie.
Mm-hmm. It specifically came from
I do like the Advent Children clothing better than the original 7 getup.
Yeah. It's more modern.
For everybody.
In a way. More modern, also a lot more leather. Something about just black leather just
more
looks
dark
cool.
and edgy.
It's edgy. But the thing is, it's really not. Cloud's really the only edgy one there. But even in Final Fantasy VII, Cloud's not edgy. He's not supposed to be.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Like, he's not as edgy as everybody thinks he is.
Yeah, he's a much more...
I think you might have to give that to the voice actor, though. Like,
yeah.
He brought the voice to Cloud, a very dark and moody
Squall
voice.
is much more edgy than Cloud is. It's once Aerith dies, that's when Cloud just breaks down edgewise. And he stays that way, and that's understandable. But for the game, though, and for his character, he's silent and stoic, but he's not edgy.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, I like doing that.
I like doing things that are
Chocobo
fun.
racing is fun. I like snowboarding. He smiles every so often. I like cross-dressing.
Don't we all?
I love being silenced as a non-caster. My goal...
Does that cover everything? What?
I think for Advent Children it does.
You said my goal?
Oh, my goal is to get through Giro Vegan before we end.
That's a silly name. Alright. Next on the list we have Die Hard. The infamous Die Hard.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say, would you recommend it? Yeah? If you haven't seen it,
yes,
you're wrong.
If you haven't seen it, I guarantee that you've seen at least one variation of Die Hard. Because I definitely did before I watched the actual movie. What do you...
He's confused.
He's fuzzled. Because, like, I'd seen other movies that were heavily based on Die Hard, like Olympus Has Fallen and even Mall Cop. Like that, like the man on the inside against all odds, that's Die Hard. So all these movies after Die Hard are taking their, they're taking the cliff notes from Die Hard.
And Die Hard is, no matter what anyone says, it's a Christmas movie.
Absolutely a Christmas movie. You want to talk about why it is a Christmas movie? Maybe that's what we'll...
It's not
There's
Christmas.
not much we can say about Die Hard to say that it's good. I mean, Bruce Willis was great. Alan Rickman was great. All the other the characters were great.
Yeah.
They were spot on.
And it's not Christmas until you see Hans Gruber fall off the Nakatomi Plaza.
So let's give our argument on why it's a Christmas movie.
Because it takes place during Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm. It's a Christmas party.
Yeah, it's a Christmas party.
Everybody's talking about how Christmas is coming up. You know, what are your plans for Christmas? Talking about, when Holly's talking to her kid, she's like, we'll be there for Christmas. Don't snoop around for presents.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what Santa and I can do to get your dad here. Bruce Willis is bringing presents for Christmas.
Bruce Willis is bringing you presents down your not your chimney but your air duct.
Theo quotes Nightmare. Night Before Christmas. There's Christmas music playing. There's Christmas decorations. When he sends the guy down the elevator, he decks him up in Christmas attire, like,
ho ho ho.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Well, yeah, one of his lines is, "It's Christmas, Theo. It's a time of miracles." Like,
yeah,
like it's all hinting at a Christmas movie.
Yes, but also the
doesn't matter if they're in California.
It's also the fact that it's Christmas Eve. They're making all these Christmas references. And then, right as the movie ends, or as the movie is ending, it's already Christmas Day. Well, it's still
I'd imagine
still dark out.
It's midnight.
But it's like past midnight.
Yeah, one of the... I think a staple for Christmas movies is uh-oh.
What? Get out of here.
Plot.
Plot. No one
I
cares.
think one of the staples for Christmas movies is once the conflicts are resolved, everybody's all happy and everybody's saying Merry Christmas to each other. So when all the conflict is resolved and Bruce Willis and Holly are, I like how I'm not even referring to him as McClane.
John McClane. It's
I'm
Bruce
not referring
Willis.
to him as John McClane. He's just Bruce Willis, but everyone else is their character. So when Bruce Willis and Holly are getting into the limo with Argyle, he's like, Merry Christmas. And they're like, Merry Christmas, Argyle. And the last music piece is a Christmas song. Like, it's a Christmas movie.
This thing's gonna die so
Doesn't
quick.
matter if all these people are dying.
This is a boss.
There's been other Christmas movies where people are dying. Like Black Christmas, Garbage Day. Like, that's a Christmas movie.
What are you doing here? This isn't boss battle music.
That's odd. So that's our argument on why it's a Christmas movie.
Oh, look. It dies, right? Oh, we killed it. That's a reflasion. And there's... Oh! And then it just...
jump
It's like,
scare.
nope. It's dead.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Freaking jump scare?
And it's like, oh, we're
So-
gonna get back up.
That's so... I failed. Your teammate killed you is what happened.
She killed herself.
You're at 1 HP.
I'm about to die.
Oh my God.
I'm poisoned. Oh God. He's not gonna make it. Wait. I went the wrong way.
No.
That was funny.
No.
I went the wrong way. I'm like, wait, I need to get to the save crystal. No.
Alright, so what's a weak asset of Die Hard? The fact that more people debate that it's a Christmas movie than enjoying the movie as it is. Just enjoy the damn movie.
One weak asset is the fact that it reminds me of the times before 9/11, because that changed the entire world. And there were so many things you could do, like in airports. There was no security. There was no checkouts in airports.
Yeah, Bruce Willis has a gun.
He has a gun. Everyone's smoking in an airport.
Yeah.
You can drink water and bring beverages with you. Like, you can't do that anymore because of 9/11.
Don't worry, I'm a cop. Trust me, I've been doing it for 11 years.
Also, another reason, like, that's a movie you watch, like, without watching it. You specifically.
Yeah, I watched it so much and I enjoy it so much that it's eligible to be a background movie for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll just play it in the background as I'm playing a game.
Those
are my favorite movies, honestly.
What are the movies of that in that category for you?
I mentioned Olympus Has Fallen,
Mm-hmm.
the first John Wick, Scott Pilgrim. There's an old Clint Eastwood movie called Kelly's Heroes.
Saving Private Ryan.
The Thing, both. Shaun of the Dead. Falling Down.
Mm-hmm. I actually saw that for the first time watching it with you.
Falling Down?
Yeah.
You were in the room while it was playing.
Well, I was watching it on your phone because I don't think you were watching it, but you had it playing, and I'm just like, all right, I'm watching
you just ended up watching it?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it at all?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Huh.
I was like, I can't believe I've never seen this movie before. This is exactly what I would do.
It's just a normal guy that just loses it. Like, and it's not he loses it because he's insane. It's just so many negative things of the world are just stacked upon him, and then the fact that he's pulled away from his kid because of a divorce is just the tipping point.
Yeah.
And he just snaps. It's how a normal guy can actually become a bad guy. And that's one of the last lines of the movie. He doesn't realize that he's become the bad guy, and he's just like, I'm the bad guy? He's like, how'd that happen? And then he realizes he is, so he's like, alright, I need to go. So he challenges the cop to a duel that he knows that he can't win. And he ends his life. It's a saddie, but that's one of the movies it's a background movie because it's one of my favorites.
I gotta go this way. Okay.
You don't do that, do you? You don't listen to movies in the background, do you?
I don't. I tried before, but then I with my ADD, I'm like, I have to watch it. I hear it, I'm like, either I have to pause it or I have to like watch it. Because I'm like, or I have to stop it completely. Because I'm like, no, it's I can't. My brain can't focus on it at the same time. Like it can, but I'd be too like must resist watching.
It makes me think that I'm the odd one because even
You are odd.
Even my dad and other people, they're like, how can you have multiple devices on at the same time? And I'm just like, I do. I just listen to it in the background. I think it might also chip into my problem of how I have to be listening to something. Like when I play a game, there's got to be like a YouTube video playing, or when I go to bed, there has to be like a YouTube video playing. Like there has to be video. There has to be a video playing or audio that I'm listening to my ear. Otherwise, like I get antsy. Maybe that's my problem.
His problem, he says.
It could be a problem. Maybe there's so many others like me.
There probably are.
I need to meet them.
I've seen a few people that like do YouTube videos or they stream and they have something playing in the background. I couldn't do it, especially on stream.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't do it on stream because that's how you get hit with a copyright strike.
Right, but all right, who has Bilious?
So I think we've said enough about Die Hard.
Mm.
All right.
Scott Bilious.
You ready for the next one?
No. Such a weird way. Sure. Yeah.
The Greatest Showman.
Mm-hmm.
What is its weakest asset?
Historical inaccuracy, I guess.
Dive into that a little bit more. I wasn't expecting
Because,
that. There's a thing behind you, Pinella.
Because P.T. Barnum, he was a swindler. I mean, they showed that a little bit, but then they're like bringing him out to be a great guy, but he was kind of a racist, and he brought all these freaks together to start the circus, but he didn't respect them at all, as far as I know. I'm like, that's kind of inaccurate.
Whereas in the movie,
he goes through a character change.
Raised a family.
Yeah, which is good because it's a good way of having a learning about it.
It was more, everyone that like makes a big deal about historical accuracy. Let's take a look at what if these movies were historically accurate. Greatest Showman, you probably wouldn't like it very much.
No, it'd be incredibly racist. In today's day and age, that would be a no-go. The music, though, fantastic. I gotta say, so my little sister, Janine, she saw the movie in theaters, right? She went and saw it 3 times in theaters because she liked it so much. She went to my dad and said, "You have to watch this." He's like, "I'll watch it when I can." And then she says, "No, I'm taking you to watch this." They went to go see it. My dad was like, "You need to watch this." And I'm like, it's a musical. I'm not that big into musicals, despite being a musician, you know? And I'm just like, I don't really care about it. But my dad's like, "You don't understand. This is a Cameron movie." I'm like, okay, you haven't been wrong when it comes to that stuff. So I reluctant, and this was the time that you were over, and we both watched it for the first time.
I had to deal with your guys' traditions of everybody stops what they do and sit down and watch a movie.
Yeah, and we did, and you did not regret it. I didn't regret it. The first beats of the song came on, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna like this movie.
You're just like, uh-oh.
Like, uh-oh, yeah, that's some good music.
One thing what I don't like about the movie is, for how big of a budget it had and how incredible of a movie it was, why was the CGI so awful?
Oh yeah, there's that too. They
did it so that they wouldn't have to wrangle real animals.
Yeah.
But the CGI was just terrible. You knew when it was a CGI animal. Like, I think there was a scene where...
Yeah, I guess there's that.
I think there was a scene where, like, the Napoleon Bonaparte was riding on a horse. That looks so bad.
Yeah.
It looked piss poor.
But,
pardon my language.
I can't fault it too much, one, because of the animal handling thing, but also... I give it so much credit because they were like, you know what, Hugh Jackman, you've been saying for years this is what you want to do. Here you go. Like, he did Les Miserables, and so many people said they loved it. I never saw it. But that was like, Hugh Jackman's like, I want to do this from now on. And they're like, no, you're going to be Wolverine.
You're going to be Wolverine.
And he's like, I just want to sing.
I just want to sing.
And he did that, and they were like, all right, so now we want you to do this. And he was so emphatic about it. He was like, yes.
Please.
And he, by God, he can sing. And they brought Zac Efron in, and I'm like, he has a good voice too.
And the only thing I knew him from when I watched Greatest Showman, I only knew him from the High School Musical.
Yeah.
And if that was all I knew from him, I was just like, Zac Efron. It's just a pretty boy that everybody likes. But
I saw him in 17 again, I think is what the movie's called. And that was a good movie. Yeah. That was a good movie too.
He's good. I like Zac Efron. I give him back the credit that I never gave him before.
Right. So you give him credit that you never gave him before.
Yes.
You give it back to him.
He deserved credit that I never gave him, and I finally gave it to him.
Because he's in other movies that are like satire or just raunchy, you know, and they're like B-list comedy movies, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, you got to make your money somehow, right? But with that, I'm just like, no, he's not that great. But no, he's a pretty nice guy, and he's got a good voice, and I had to give him credit too. When he was in The Greatest Showman,
yeah,
he's a lot shorter than I thought he was too. I'm like, oh, okay. But man, the Greatest Showman had some of the best music I've heard, and you and I are not musical lovers in any way or sense of the word, but we both really enjoy that movie and its music.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's only one song that I really don't like.
Yeah.
And that's Walking the Tightrope.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. It's just compared to the other ones, it's
compared
really
to the other ones, it's the
mediocre.
least favorite.
Yeah. By no means is it a bad song, because it's not. It's just, like I said, compared to the others, it's mediocre. Slay those tentacles. Bosch is the Milady neckbeard guy.
He's the Milady.
He's the Milady. He's got his giant sword. He's got the hair for it. He just needs a fedora.
Just needs his fedora, and then that's it. Oh my gosh! Please.
Fan art, please.
They got a mod.
It is on Steam, and there are mods for it. So I don't know. Maybe. I've been waiting for it to like go on sale so that I can get it on Steam.
Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Milady.
Milady. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it because I have it on my wish list on Steam, so that when it goes on sale, I might get it.
Very nice.
Can I? Oh, it's down there.
What? Kill yourself?
No.
Yes.
Ha! No. Joke's on you! It's another YouTube series that has no right to be as good as it is. The Gamer Poop series. Ha! Joke's on you! Oh god.
Everyone's a little sick.
Oh god.
Fran's alright.
Fran's okay.
He's gotta break him. That's a lot of
damage. Well, what about you? You didn't say a whole lot about The Greatest Showman. This was something I was talking about because
I wasn't ready. I take that back. When I was in Florida, that was the first time I saw the trailer for it, and I did actually say I'd like to see this movie. But it was kind of like a half-hearted remark.
Mm-hmm.
Like it looked cool. They put in some of the flashy scenes, and I saw Hugh Jackman. And I was like, I'd like to see this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But then after a while, I didn't see it. It had came out in the theaters, and it had come out on DVD, and I just hadn't seen it, so I had lost the hype for it.
Right.
So when you guys are saying like, "Oh, we're gonna watch Greatest Showman," I'm like, "All right, great."
Yeah,
it's like
you remember my reaction.
It's
I was like,
I'd rather be playing video games, but
yeah,
I guess we'll watch this.
This was when you were, I forget, were you living there at the time?
I think so.
Because I remember we also watched The Voices, the Ryan Reynolds movie. You didn't watch it. You heard it.
I wasn't
in the other room. But you were like half asleep when it was going on, but you retained enough of it to like figure out what was going on.
I remember hearing Ryan Reynolds talking to himself and hearing Anna Kendrick. I think something happened to her. I can't remember, but I think I heard it.
He's a serial killer in a sense.
I see what I heard.
But
I understand now what I heard. That sounds rather accurate.
That's another movie that has no right to be as good as it is. Ryan Reynolds is a serial killer that doesn't really think he's a serial killer. In a way, and he has schizophrenia. He talks to himself. He talks to his animals. He hears voices in his head because I
hear voices in my head. They come to me. They understand.
They did. But it's another movie that, if you ever get the chance, you should watch it. I know you heard it, but it is good.
We will see.
Also, Anna Kendrick.
I don't want to spoil the Anna Kendrick. It's like a fine wine. Drink it too much, it'll get spoiled. You won't like it as much. You got to take little sips.
There was I forget what it was called, but there was another Netflix movie that Ryan Reynolds was in that my parents had me watch, like not the last time, but one of the few times I was over. And my mom was like raving about it. They're like, "This is the best Ryan Reynolds movie I've ever seen." I'm like, I still think Hitman's Bodyguard beats that. Because Hitman's Bodyguard, that's not on there, is it?
No, but we can talk about it.
That's a good one. Him and Samuel L. Jackson just...
I think I had this is back to Greatest Showman, but I think I had the same progression as you did. Like, I didn't really care to watch it, but the first song was the perfect song to get you invested.
Yeah.
And I was very invested. And then it just kind of went along, and it didn't falter. Well, it did. For my personal taste, it did falter because it went into a plot line that I hate, absolutely hate. When I see families get torn apart, I hate those plot lines.
Yeah, I remember your reaction. You were just like...
Even if they make sense, and even if, yes, they are emotional, I hate watching them.
Yeah, I remember you were sitting there, you're like, I don't want to watch this. No, stop.
I'm like, I hate this. This is when it gets bad.
But then...
It's like, it was slow,
and
I saw it coming.
Yeah, we both were like... I remember we both were like, no. And both, because my dad and my little sister were watching it with us too, and they just had this shit-eating grin on their face. I remember looking at them, I'm like, I don't want to watch this, and they're like, just watch.
You need to stop.
Like
this movie needs to stop. I see it coming. It's happening. It happened. I hate this movie.
It happened, but it didn't. Oh, okay.
Then they did the bar scene, and it was like, all right, you made it better. You guys did good. But that was my progression with it. Pretty similar to yours.
Yeah.
All right. We'll head off track, and we'll talk about Hitman's Bodyguard.
Okay.
That was a movie that we went to go see in the theaters that I had heard nothing about.
Yeah, same here.
You guys were just saying, oh, it's a comedy. It's got Ryan Reynolds in it and Samuel L. Jackson. I'm like, oh, how can that go wrong?
And it didn't. that movie went so... They synergized so well together.
They're amazing. Absolutely amazing. There needs to be more movies.
This man single-handedly ruined the word mother...
There needs to be more movies where it's them.
Yeah,
but
it's just them.
Again, I think we need to go back to the fine wine. You can't use it too much. You'll spoil the surprise. Just gotta sip.
I feel like...
Every couple of years, we'll get a Ryan Reynolds and Samuel L. Jackson movie.
I feel like both those actors are also like, like Morgan Freeman, like Bruce Willis, like, they always play the same role.
They don't play other roles, they play themselves.
Yeah, they play themselves.
But Ryan Reynolds and Samuel L. Jackson, they fit into that movie.
Yeah, they do, for sure.
And that's thanks to the writing and the direction. They weren't told to play another character because they can't. Like when Samuel L. Jackson played Mace Windu, he's not playing Mace Windu, he's playing Samuel L. Jackson. Like, look at all the other movies of the characters, of the actors that we've described, and come up with an instance where they don't play themselves.
That's think of that, like Bruce Willis. There's never a movie where he is not Bruce Willis.
Oh, he's just playing Bruce.
There's Die Hard, there's Red, there's
But if that's okay, because
Apocalypse Now, there's Armageddon.
Because they don't write in a character for Bruce Willis to play. They write in a character for Bruce Willis to be in. To be fair, though, that Bruce Willis was never the first choice for John McClane. They had so many other characters in line to play John McClane. And then he came in and they said, I guess we were wrong. You fit. Like, they had so many other characters in line. Like,
what?
Like, Arnold Schwarzenegger and MacGyver and Clint Eastwood. Like, they wanted these guys to play John McClane. But Bruce Willis came in and killed it.
Oh, you haven't seen...
Alan Rickman, however, he was the feature film debut. They said, nope, you're the guy we want. Get in here.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, yeah, it's exciting. Thanks for your input, Vaughn, about my interpretation on Alan Rickman.
You haven't seen Gran Torino, have you?
I have not.
Oh, Clint Eastwood movie that... my dad will probably yell at you if you tell him you haven't seen that movie.
I'll stay quiet. For my health.
He'll probably just be like, why haven't you watched this movie? It's like we're getting this movie set right now.
Please don't.
Please, I don't need that. I don't need it. Do I have Orochi? Wait, what's the other one? But you learn pyroclasm. Quantos argus.
I'd recommend. I think one of the weak points about Hitman's Bodyguard is some of the jokes weren't necessary. Like they weren't well written. Like they just threw in, like, especially when they were when they were with his wife in the jail cell. Like I hated those scenes because they were just ridiculous.
They were, but
and that's what I mean by some of the comedy bits were just unneeded. My favorite comedy was during the action scenes, or just right after the action scenes, like when the car blew up, like when his car blew up, and Samuel L. Jackson just laughed. he just found it so hilarious. He's like, "Your car just got blown up."
One of the weirdest. It had child humor in it in a lot of instances.
That's what I didn't like.
But like the one instance where they were in the jail cell and she says, "Okay," and she says, "Did I tell you could turn around?" And she goes, "Oh," and
I hated that.
I found it hilarious.
Absolutely,
it was so well placed for fart humor.
It wasn't.
It was.
There's never a place for that kind of humor.
This is where we disagree. But I found it absolutely
There's never
hilarious.
a place for it. She could have done nothing, and it would have been better executed. If she hadn't have done it, nobody would have been clamoring, saying, "You know what she should have done? That would have made this scene so much funnier." So dumb.
All right.
Sorry, but that's my opinion on. That's what I think is the weak point. What about you? What do you think is the weakest asset?
That's a hard question, because I don't know. I can't think of a I can't. It doesn't appear to me as a movie with much flaw, if any. It's one of my favorite movies because I love comedy action movies. That's my... If I was to rank what movies I like best, it's comedy action, and then probably like romantic comedies. Surprisingly, I find romantic comedies very enjoyable.
That's your fish and chips. Interesting.
But aside from that, I can't think of...
I'd say my favorite would be...
Oh, crap. I forgot to give her that.
I think I like action dramas. Those are my favorite.
Action dramas? Yeah.
That's why I like Fury so much. That's why I like Saving Private Ryan so much.
Mm-hmm. Do you know...
Is Scott Pilgrim a romantic comedy?
Kinda.
It's a hybrid of
romantic It is very hybrid oriented.
Yeah, I feel like I have trouble placing that one. It's got a romantic plot, it's got a comedic plot, it's got an action plot.
Oh, Fran doesn't have it either. What does Fran need? 75...
I do like comedy with my action, though.
Yeah. Where's the 100? Oh, right here. I guess we'll do 75.
I guess we're staying on a Ryan Reynolds train because the next one is the Deadpool movies.
Hey.
Are they as good as everybody says they are? Like,
yes.
If you can, take a step back, and do you still look at them as good as everybody says they are?
I think both Deadpool 1 and Deadpool 2 were fantastic movies. Deadpool 1's kind of, in my opinion, it's much better than the second one. Mostly because I don't remember much of the second one.
That's true.
I do have a bit of a bias towards not enjoying the first one as much anymore because I went with, when that first came out, I went with my girlfriend at the time to go see it, and she's the one who, that's the bad one. And I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way now to the point where I kind of don't want to watch it ever again.
Mm.
But I still recognize it as a really good movie. And it's kind of like made me not want to watch it, if that makes sense. Again.
I think I've got some movies like that. Like, you don't want to touch it again, whether it was because of a life event that took place during the time, or whether it was because it did so well that you're just like, that's just a one and done.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need to see it again. Or it hit you so hard that you're like, that you don't need a second impression.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wouldn't choose to see Among the Gods again.
Really?
Yes. It did so well.
You want to hold on to that memory.
It did so well for the first performance, and it hit so close to home that I don't need to see it again. I will never forget that movie, and I do not need to see it again.
What about, would you go and see the second one?
I don't,
because I know how much you liked the first one.
I know your mother said that the second one was good. I don't know. I don't know if I'd see it. I don't know if I'd see the second one.
I personally want to see the third one that they're making, because so far both movies have been phenomenal. However, the second movie is not as good as the first, in my opinion. But it was good enough to where I still want to watch the next ones that come out, because the premise behind it, the plot behind it, is good. It's unique. It's despite it being foreign, it's easy to follow along with.
It kind of the fact that there's more movies that are following the same characters, it makes you realize that it pulled a plot twist on you. Like, you think...
Oh! Sorry. Also, there was another foreign movie that had the same... You remember... Oh, he wasn't in the first movie. He was in the second movie. But anyways, it was the best zombie movie I've ever seen. I forget what it's called. It's like Train to some... It's another Korean movie. It's by the same... I think it's by the same director of Among the Gods. Mm. And it's not a gruesome zombie movie, but it is the best zombie movie I've ever seen. My mom and dad had us watch it. And I was like, okay, I'll watch it because I like what this guy's done before, so I'm just, okay. Watched it, and I'm like, has no rights, but it is.
Something's wrong here.
It's like they get trapped on a train when a zombie outbreak happens, and the zombies are also in between train cars and stuff like that. And I hate this frickin' area.
Jeez, you like thinking of that plot line. You almost think that like there's no room to make a zombie movie because of how confined a train is. Mm-hmm. But you're saying the opposite.
It was, like I said, it has no right to be that good, but it was good. Oh, can't do that one. Oh, hi guys.
Hey, I like how
bombs.
They just casually float up the ramp. because of the sequels of Among the Gods, it makes you, like, it pulls a plot twist, and it's like, oh, you thought that the firefighter was the main character? No, it's the guys that are trying to lead him. They're the main characters.
They're the main characters.
Because they're the ones driving the movies.
Mm-hmm. But I will say, though, in the second movie, they go into much more detail about those characters' pasts. And it's got some powerful stuff in it. So that's why I would recommend you watch it. If only because you like the first one so much. And it's continuing the story. Their story. It's just, my God, that first one, the freaking tears, man. It's like, stop. Who's cutting onions?
I almost feel the same way about Greatest Showman. Like, I'm not gonna rush to go see that again.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take the music, I'll listen to the music over and over again, but I'm not rushing to go watch the movie again.
Yeah.
Almost because I don't want to taint my original view of it. The more you watch it, the more you start picking it apart.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, can you not equip?
But with Deadpool, you can kind of feel how impressed it is with itself, with the way with the way that the movie portrays itself.
Mm-hmm.
But you can almost kind of use that as a defense. Because you're just like, well, because it's Deadpool.
But I think why it's so confident in that ability is because Ryan Reynolds and the people who were making it wanted it to be perfect.
You definitely got to give credit where credit's due, and they wanted so badly to make this movie as perfect as it was, as close to Deadpool as it was, and they did. It was a very good representation.
Mm-hmm.
I make it seem like I wasn't laughing, but no, I was laughing the entire time. Every joke that they made, I was laughing.
But yeah, I think that it was meant to be confident in that way, specifically.
A weak asset for it, though, is you can't recommend it to everybody.
No, you can't. I can't believe there were. I remember the controversy of so many people bringing their children to go see that movie because it's like, oh, it's a superhero, and they're like,
they tried to tell you no, though.
Yeah, they did.
Like
they made several trailers saying don't bring your children.
They tried. They went out of their way to make posts to say no. They made trailers specifically saying no. And then at the very beginning of the movie, they said, oh, you're a kid? You're still here? Like, Deadpool comes out and he's like, oh, I see you brought your kids to this. And, like, he played with it because he said, well, since you're here, the Easter Bunny's not real, Santa Claus isn't real, and your parents divorcing was your fault. Like, or something like that. Like they said, all right, if your parents said no to everything, this is your fault. Take this, parents.
It's like, no, you shouldn't have done this.
But of course, the defense to that is, yeah, that's something Deadpool would do.
Okay,
it's
finally.
Like, you guys had a chance to walk away and to see all the road signs, but you didn't. Well, maybe terrible parents.
Maybe just terrible parents.
But yeah, that's one of the weak points, is that it's not for everybody. I wouldn't be able to recommend this to everybody.
I agree. Would I still recommend it? Yes. I can't recommend it to everybody though.
Yeah. Like when I saw it, when I saw the first one, I was there with some friends that I made at the summer camp I was at. So we all liked the same things. We were all at the same like age demographic. So I was around people that, you know, I was able to share laughs with, and I felt comfortable. But then when I saw the second one, I was with like your dad and I don't know if my dad was there. I can't remember. But like I was there with parents, and I was like, I feel awkward watching this with my parents.
Yeah. Oof. Stop it.
So that's it for Deadpool. This is gonna be one mostly for you because I've got one that's mostly for me coming up afterwards. Let's talk about ink.
Okay. What about it?
What is its weakest asset?
The very first 5 seconds of the movie. You know why?
I do know why, because
it brings about. You think that's what the movie's gonna be?
why do I forget his name again?
His name is John something.
Not him, the actor. Not even his actor. I'm forgetting an actor's name again. Nicolas Cage.
Oh.
I saw the first 5 seconds of the movie and I'm like, oh, this is a Nicolas Cage guy. That's what I thought from the first few seconds.
Interesting.
I swear.
But
I saw Nicolas Cage.
But this was like one of those where he screams the F word multiple times in the first 5 seconds of the movie, and you're like, oh, it's going to be one of those movies.
You're
Great.
just like, oh, it's awkward now.
And it is absolutely.
It's like nice to meet you, pal.
It is absolutely. There's a reason that he's like that, and it's great.
Yeah. It does kind of do some damage control, though, because right after that scene, they put it away to the side, and they're just like, shh, here's a father-daughter bonding moment.
Yeah. It's like, shh. Don't worry.
It's like, we'll come back to that. Here's a cute daughter bonding with her dad. And even that comes back.
yeah, that comes back, too.
Like, so many times, like, does the movie have a scene that you're just like, oh yeah, that was nice, or oh, I don't understand that, and then they bring it back and you're like, oh.
Yeah, that's a movie that you watch and you're confused the entire way, and then you get to the ending and you're like, oh,
that
oh my god.
It could be a weakness of it because it's hard to keep people entertained.
It does go back and forth.
But if you
times.
stay throughout the entire thing, it really does bring everything together and make you realize, like, there's no wondering.
So bright.
Like, it's just, here you go. This is what that meant. Why are we in here?
Well, you see,
How'd we get here?
we're in the Great Crystal.
How'd we get here? Excuse me. Good night.
Good night.
Sweet prince. How about its choice of cast?
It's an indie film, so I give it that.
So what can be said about indie actors versus high-paid Hollywood actors?
I support indie actors for sure.
I think you can
I think we need more of them.
Yeah, I think you can get more quality with indie actors, because when you get a high-quality actor, someone you know the name, someone you know the performance, you know what you're expecting. Whereas an indie actor, you're like, oh, this is someone new. Let's see what they bring to the table, and then you're able to. If they do a great performance, you're able to see that better, and you're just like, this person was a great actor or a great actress. And I think we need more indie actors. We need to stop looking towards high-budget actors.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're meant for a role, then yes, bring them in. But I feel like that shouldn't be what you go to first. Like, oh, let's get Ryan Reynolds in here. Let's get Brad Pitt in here.
Right. It's like they're only going to be at their prime for so long. But
yeah.
I'd rather have indie actors than up and coming child actors. And I know that they need their time to shine, but
You got to start somewhere. That's where they start.
okay, this is where I got to go. Cool.
Do you know if any of the ink actors starred in anything else?
I don't know. I don't think they have.
Bummer.
But it did become a cult classic for those who did see the movie. It is that good to where those that have seen it all loved it.
I've never seen.
Don't care. Never
And
seen.
we won't see either.
It's It's already blinding me. Wee. We're about to kill another Esper.
So,
Oh,
that's another weakness of it, is that it is an indie film, and almost half the population probably hasn't seen it. If someone's like a good movie connoisseur, and you're like, have you seen Ink? I bet you they haven't seen it.
Yeah, probably.
Because of how obscure it is.
Yeah. But it became my favorite movie of all the movies I've ever seen. And that's hard for me to say that because there are so many other... It's not my type of movie. It's not. It's a good mystery. It's got some good action, and it's really great storytelling. But it's just, like you said, it's obscure. It's Sagittarius. He doesn't have an axe anymore. He's got a freaking thief sword.
You should have a bow.
Oh, man. Yeah, he has a pole now. He dances with poles.
Don't make sense.
He got the bibs.
You're gonna die.
You're gonna die.
You got no damn sense. You're gonna die.
Jeez, he's doing such consistent damage with this thing.
Is that a ninja blade you got?
Yeah.
Jeez. Gonna get
Yeah,
dizzy, Vaughn.
ninja blades have an extremely high combo rate.
Whoa. It's just spinning like a top. So easy.
Oh, it's spinning me. Ah, do they do a victory pose? I want to see a victory pose. After we get this. Or does it just go to story after this? I think it just goes to story. Cool.
That's a cool crystal.
Shemhazi.
As if that's what the Zodiac actually looked like.
Oh, okay.
Whoa! Penelope staged you, Vaughn. Take a seat.
What did she do?
She was flipping that thing. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Like, she was flipping it over and over again. Vaughn was done with his. All he did was do a twirl, put it in his sash, and then wipe the saliva off his mouth. Whereas Penelope's like doing a show back there. I'm like, damn, take a seat, Vaughn.
She's a dancer, so it makes sense. Or she's supposed to be a dancer.
Balthier didn't even care. He didn't
Balthier's like...
Balthier didn't try.
He's like, I know I'm the leading man. Alright, who gets what?
Meanwhile, Vaughn's just... Oh, yeah.
Vaughn, you want some guns? Vaughn, you want some guns, man? So he gets guns. Pretty high-end guns. Balthier.
I'll never use.
Balthier.
Ooh!
Ooh, heavy armor.
Good armor.
Or... Potion Lure you've already got. Fran gets nothing.
Nada.
And... Ooh. Gross heavy armor. Like, literally disgusting.
Bummer.
Bash gets some hand bombs, which are gross.
Why is it always hand bombs?
Or a potion lore you've already got. Ash gets Asuna and Cleanse, which is
she
really
already
needs.
have.
She really needs.
She already have.
And nothing. And Penelo gets HP she already has. And shield block. You don't need shield block. You don't even use
Don't
shields.
use one because she's an idiot. She's not using the shield sword combo.
Okay, so Ash...
So either Balthier for his great armor or Ash with Asuna.
Right. I'm thinking Ash with Asuna and Cleanse because even nobody else has white magic in her group.
Okay.
Except for Bosch.
Interesting.
And Bosch is not a white mage. So she doesn't know any summons, so this is good.
Ash then it is. My girl knows my Zodiac.
She do. Do she?
She do. Have we said what needs to be said about ink?
I feel we have. It's a movie I recommend to literally everyone whenever they get the chance. Holy, be holy!
That means more people to understand your cosplay.
Yes! Also, because more to understand my cosplay.
More people. Everybody needs to watch Ink before the end of March.
Not even the end of March, the middle of March.
The middle of March, so that you can understand his cosplay.
Please.
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 Please. Alright. We mentioned it before. The Ritual.
This is more your strong suit, but it's a horror movie that I didn't expect to like as much as I did. And I remember watching it, and I'm like, holy crap.
Because you've stated before that you're not the biggest fan of horror movies.
Yeah, well, the thing is, horror movies are supposed to scare you, right? They're called horror.
Yes.
Every horror movie I have watched, I have never been scared of. I've never had... the closest I got to creepiness and terror was The Thing. And even that, I watched it and I'm like, this was interesting and cool. But other movies, other horror movies, they're not scary.
Because they're more going for shock value.
Yeah, they go for shock value or they go for jump scares, which isn't scary, it's startling.
Yes.
It's like, oh, loud noise.
Of course someone can scare you with a jump scare because it's normal human reaction.
Yeah.
You're gonna jump.
But
you jump and you're like, oh, that was unpleasant. I hope they don't do that again. And that's kind of where the scariness comes from for those movies. Is you're anticipating a jump scare and you're afraid of the jump scare because you hate how it makes you feel.
Yeah.
That's what we're scared about. We're not scared of the movie. We're scared of that jump scare that's coming up.
It's like, don't do it.
Just like,
don't do it.
You're just like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
And then they do it, and you're like, okay.
I think that's what I was scared about with It. Like, I was scared of an upcoming jump scare, because I don't want It to jump scare me. That's going to really suck. But I wasn't... Sure, a lot of the visual effects were disturbing, but it wasn't scary.
Right.
What I was scared of was the jump scare coming.
And it came.
Also, I hated seeing a little boy die. Like, they didn't hold back on that one, and I hated it.
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen either of the...
Don't watch it. I don't recommend it. Don't watch it.
But The Ritual kind of blew me out of the water, where...
Oh, yeah.
It creeped me out. It wasn't scary. It creeped me out.
There wasn't many, if any, that I can think of off the top of my head. There weren't many jump scares, but there were a lot of scenes and visuals in that.
Yeah, that just disturbed you.
It disturbed me, and I was scared.
And it made a lasting enough impression to where it was a movie we liked.
Yeah.
And it's a Netflix original movie. Like that's another thing. We didn't expect Netflix to come out with something so good.
No.
Nobody cares.
Apparently, it was based off a book. I found out.
Really?
A book with the same title.
Also, it was based off of Scandinavian folklore. And every time I brought up a Jotun, you were like, "No, stop."
Stop it.
Or the Witchwoods. We liked that movie so much that when we played Ark and playing on the island, we called the center forest the Witchwoods.
A center forest with these really tall trees. Those are the Witchwoods because they were just so dangerous.
Hey, we don't care.
Like I look at forests and it wasn't even. It was witch horror in my opinion, but there were never any witches.
Yeah.
But if I ever see woods that are just too creepy, I label them as the witch woods. Not that I expect there to be witches, but because I expect there to be Jotuns in there, just waiting to devour you. Not even devour, just sacrifice you. It just kills you. A very horrific way, I might add. How about its choice of cast?
again, they were sort of indie actors, or they were Netflix actors. I feel like...
I think the worst one of them was the main guy.
The main guy,
Luke.
yeah.
I think he was good. He was
just kind of emotionless.
Yeah,
his face kind of never changed.
Yeah, he was the one that had the biggest character development arc, but he Maya says, "Hey, hello, welcome. You've been doing a lot in your absence, but we're glad that you're here. We're talking about movies.
I gotta get that
Finally done raiding. Can join you at last.
Ooh, so that's where you've been all this time.
Yeah. Even though he had the biggest character development, he was the weakest link out of the four.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Even the guy, even the friend that whose part ended at the very beginning, his performance was better.
Okay,
its weakest link though was definitely when they got to the village. When they got out of the forest and they went to the village, that's when the movie just drops off for me.
Just killed E7's third floor out of the 4 new released in week 2 right now. It's all gibberish to me.
I'm gonna assume they're tough bosses, so congratulations on the raid.
Hypno Crown.
What's your opinion on its weakness?
Definitely the main character, but also the, what do you call it? It's
tried to explain it a bit, but okay.
No, I understand what you're talking about. It's just I don't know what it is specifically, since neither of us play it. But one of its weak points was definitely the traditional, stereotypical, why are you going there? Why are you doing this? Horror trope. You know? Like, oh, you see this? Why are you guys not leaving? Oh, yeah, he hurt his foot. You can carry him somewhere else. And then they still stay there. Like, why are you doing that?
Right. When they...
But it wouldn't be a horror movie if it didn't have that trope.
To be fair, when he said we should leave the forest the first time when they get out of the house after having the nightmares, and they said and he said we should leave the forest, and the guy's like, no, that's a bad plan because it's taking us so far away. To be fair, they never encountered the monster at that point, so he's like, no, if going back that far, that's a bad plan. Let's just go. But there were instances where it was like they saw the other shack as they were walking, and he's like, should we have a look? And they said, nope, not doing it. It's like, huh, they didn't do it. I would have expected you to go do it. Or when they saw the footprints in the dirt, and he's like, are we following these? And he's like, nope, that's a bad idea. And he's like, yep, that's a bad idea.
I got the carcass. Interesting.
And speaking of which, not seeing the creature, that helps with the terror, because a lot of the way they didn't see the creature. We didn't see the creature. We just saw what it was capable of. You didn't see it until the very end. And like I said, once they got out of the forest and into the village, that's when the scary stopped. Like, that's when the horror and the tension stopped.
It's titled Iconoclasm, and it's like a dark magic, like, crown floating and summoning, controlling absolute masses of demonish monsters. So big waves.
So you have to deal with crowd control and deal with the big guy. I imagine you wouldn't need a lot of people for this raid. Everybody at all hands on deck kind of thing.
Hey.
So I say the weakest link is when it gets to the village, because that's when the tension stops.
Yeah.
Choice of cast, it was good, but in terms of weakest link, the main guy is the weakest link. Not to say that he's bad.
It's just It could have been better.
And would I recommend this?
That thing itself on Twitch is small and idle. It's something like that. Okay. Just switch from YouTube to Twitch.
Welcome.
Throwing us off.
I would recommend it.
Oh yeah, I would too.
Because it's not, it does really, when you think of horror movies, if you think, oh, I don't like horror movies, it might be that you just don't like modern horror movies, what Hollywood has built up horror movies to be. The Ritual gets away from that.
That's very true.
His tank buster move is literally a few hundred demon birds flying at you with insane speed and force. It's playing an FF8 theme during battle, by the way.
Huh.
Is it from FF8?
It sounds like it might be.
You'd think that it would be.
Oh, the Holy Lance?
God save the Queen. The Holy Lance looks like some lollipop that you... Stop!
You gonna make it?
The Holy Lance looks like a lollipop that you'd buy at a candy store. Like, I've eaten a lollipop that looks like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's where it's got like a color on the bottom and then another color in the middle and then another color
Are you
on
thinking
top.
like a popsicle?
No, it's a lollipop. But that thing before was possessing a girl and named itself Gaia.
Okay, cool.
Do you say Gygus or Gigas?
I say Gigas. I know it's probably Gygus, but...
I say Gygus. Back when I would play Pokemon, there was a Pokemon called Regigigas, and I called it Gygus. I think because some of my friends were saying Gygus, so I just went along with them and said Gygus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I say Gigas.
It might actually be Gigas. Gigabyte.
I think it actually is Gygus. But then again, the
Current raids are on and is connected to FF8 Eden. The current raids are an FF8 crossover or whatever you call it, and I don't think it's very canon, but yeah.
Is it another dimension sort of thing?
Like a Dissidia thing? Well, we have one more movie that I wrote down on the list. And have you seen The Revenant?
I haven't.
Okay.
I want to, though.
This is the movie that I mentioned earlier, how there was like one that you probably haven't seen.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw it, and I do want to talk about how I don't understand why this was the movie that finally gave Leonardo DiCaprio the Emmy? Grammy? The award?
Oscar?
I don't know why this was the movie that gave it to him.
But, well, different world and all, but dimension... sounds like it's a different dimension sort of thing.
I don't know why it was great. I just don't know why this performance was the one that got him the Oscar. I look at Titanic and I feel like that one should have got him the Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know why this was the one that gave it to him. Was because
or What's Eating Gilbert Grape, or...
Yeah, like, he's done so many other good roles. Like, I don't know why this was the one that they said, all right, we'll give him the Oscar.
See, bling bling, huh?
It's... It was very... Very... It's a movie that I kind of did want to see it. I am kind of glad I saw it, but I won't want to see it again. It left a very negative impression on me. Like, I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
like it was just maybe it was too hardcore for me, and I just can't handle it.
Pants!
Pants.
Look at his knees. Gross. Those are disgusting knees.
The cast for all the other characters were great because they were very believable and very realistic. The fight scenes were very gruesome. And I'm not just talking about the struggle he had with the bear, but like the fights that he has with the Native Americans in the area. Very gruesome.
You're already spoiling a little too much for me, because I do plan on watching it eventually. I just don't know when.
Maybe it's just too hardcore for me.
It's basically found in a completely dead area where everything is idled, and you try to take control of Eden To re-add wind, fire, ice, and other elements back to the land so you can live on it again, like dead land, I mean. Oh. Lots of lore. Cool, dude. So now Redis is in the party. Look at that. Look at that
What's
guy.
that thing behind him?
What thing?
He's got this giant donut behind him.
Got a giant donut, I guess.
Is that what it is? That's what it
No.
looks like.
I think it's him, like, going like this.
Or he's in like a floaty. He's got a pool floaty around his neck.
He's a sky pirate and a sea pirate. Donut man. They're so low level, though. I am. I do this all the time with Final Fantasy.
He tried to go one-on-one with Gilgamesh.
Yeah, I went one-on-one with Gilgamesh, and he thoroughly kicked my ass.
I remember him mostly being 55 to 56 when I got Redis.
Nope. I'm low leveled because I know how to play this game.
For big movie connoisseurs, I would recommend Revenant, but for anyone else, I would not recommend it.
Gotcha.
When I got up from watching that movie, I didn't praise it. I said, "Well, all right, I watched it. That was my reaction. I'm like, all right, finally saw it," and that was it. This was with me like not spoiling any of the story elements.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna attempt to go after one more Esper, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat him without some real heavy armor.
One of the main reason I put Revenant in the list because I just wanted to like talk about why was this film of all films that got him the Oscar.
What was his performance really good in that movie?
It was. I just feel like he's done great performance before. I just don't really understand why this is the one that got him the Oscar. I mean, I could go more in depth about his performance, but that would involve spoiling.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So would you recommend that I go see it?
Yeah, if you want to see it, then yes, go see it.
It gives me the Grey vibes.
It's much more. The story is much more in depth. Like the movie's not about him fighting a bear. Like it's not.
It's just that's a big point.
That's a big point in it to
Gotcha.
to why they call it the Revenant. Like I honestly did think it was a movie about him fighting a bear. And then I was like, so why do they call it the Revenant? And then I realized, oh, that's just one point in the movie as to why he's called the Revenant. But there's so much more story into his character. He's good at playing a dying man, I suppose. A sweaty man that looks like he's on death's door.
Good playing a sweat. What Esper? I'm gonna attempt to go after Zeramus. And I don't believe that I'm gonna be able to get him as I am. But we'll find out. I'm not able to cast magic.
If you're
during
fine
this
with
fight.
gruesome scenes, then yeah, you'll be fine. But that movie is definitely not for the faint of heart.
I definitely have to keep Balthier in my party because he has a pheasant Netsuk.
That's a word. Netsuki.
Is it a Netsuki? Is it a Netsuke? Is it a Netsuk?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like with that, it's saying Netsuk. I feel like you are missing a letter. Netsuki, Netsuke. I bet you that's more accurate.
Yeah. I always call it a Netsuk. I don't know what it is. Did you know there's a glitch in Zeramus' fight? No, I didn't. Do tell.
We've concluded our list.
We have.
It was quite the in-depth conversation, though.
We went through a lot.
We even tackled some movies that I wasn't expecting to.
Oh, I can go after Exodus also.
You can prevent skeletons from spawning.
I can?
Can you?
Okay, I'll go after two Espers. If you stick to the entry door and keep looking at it. That doesn't make sense. I'm not sure if that's still a thing in, Let's see if I can kill Exodus here. Yeah! And the northwest. Oh, I tried. It works. No clue if you just need to be close or literally run at it 24/7. Does it work in the Zodiac Age?
There's only one way to find out.
Well, I'm gonna do this first. So I need the northwest.
Sorry, everybody. I'm just having a snack.
I think northeast. I think this is what I need. Oh, chocobo! Because if it's not, I may have made a mistake. So yes, it does. Kill it, Vaughn. Kill it, Redis. Ooh, why did you attack me? Kawaii! I did this
Kawaii.
old scale guy on... I didn't do it right. Right? Did it?
When will we get a game, a Final Fantasy game, where you can fight on your chocobo? Like a mount. You just slash your sword as you ride by.
I went to the wrong one, I think.
Would have like a lance, charge at enemies.
Maybe second with ultimate weapons too. Kept forgetting he exists. Old scale guy.
Did you ever kill the trickster?
No, I didn't.
I'm convinced that it doesn't exist.
Oh no, it exists.
You really proved it.
Okay, you're still up too. Cool. I just made a mistake. Yes, we're here in the mountains. Yes, I'm going after the Exodus in the mountains. Let my people go.
Let my people
Take some Gissel greens. Alright. This is what I needed.
You're playing with the big boys now.
Am I going the wrong way again? Damn it. I think it's... I forget which ones I need. It's not this one, I don't think. I think I need this one. I don't remember. Yes, Exodus, didn't remember the name. I don't remember the which specific shrines I need. I think it's just these two, to be honest. Oh, well, screw you too.
Yeah. Take that, Fountain.
If you remember which ones it is to help me go through this faster, that'd be great. Oh, I just need that one. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just need dirt.
Get
Stupid
to it.
me. So I just feel my pain. Come, anima. I think this is the one.
You two would betray me?
To get to that sealed off 4 area, it's one of the right ones looking from the crystals. One of the right ones. I know I need a chocobo. Is this one up? This one is up. Okay, this is the one I needed. Cool.
Glass Mother.
Up!
She is up.
Oh, I know how to get it. I just didn't remember which specific shrines I had to do. I know I only had to do 2. Yes, eat my Gissel greens, you fat. Oh, wrong way. Get off. Go on, get off. Wrecked. We.
I don't think care about you.
They don't care about chocobos.
Why not?
I don't know.
Don't they know there's a human on it?
I don't know.
A perfectly hittable human?
It smells minty.
It is minty.
Are you kidding me?
It's cool mint chocolate.
Oh, I have to go
Cliff
down
Bar.
this way and open the thing and then open up that.
These things are gonna be my best friend when I'm at work. I hope. If they let us snack. I doubt it.
Why
only
wouldn't
around-
they?
Probably only around lunch. Cause it's a power plant. They want to make sure safety is the priority.
Understandable. Have a good day. I got it now. Don't worry, guys. Is that one still floating? That one's still floating, so we're good. Whoa. Go back up. No. Go up. Whoa.
We should think about finding a wrap-up spot. We've been going for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this, okay. I'm gonna kill this Esper. And then probably head on out.
Want to get tenders?
Yeah, sure.
It's like a last homage. It'll be the last decent meal I'll have in a month. My days are gonna turn into work, come home, eat something quick, shower, sleep, work, and repeat.
No reflecting.
Because I haven't made I haven't been given my schedule yet, it makes me think that I'll make it when I'm there. So, like, maybe I'll be able to, like, lay out my days off ahead of time.
Destroying this Esper.
I hope so. I'll definitely let you know how that goes after I learn tomorrow. Vaughn's almost kicked it. Balthier's almost kicked it.
Do you know?
2022. It's right around the corner. Have you done trial mode yet?
Not with this one. I have beaten it on trial mode though. And done no game minus. That was fun.
You can stop lying now.
I had fun. Look at all the damage you do. Yes, we are waiting for your thing to go
They're
off.
bouncing.
I'm just waiting for it to fail so I can
No,
kill
I
them.
meant for this playthrough. Because you said you wanted it for weapons.
Oh, I did, but
Vanello and Vaughn are gonna kick it.
no, they're not. They're okay.
They're gonna... Alright, they're good.
I'm not gonna do it with this playthrough.
Oh my goodness. Cease!
The immunity needs to go.
He's parrying too much. Parry this, you casual.
Parry this, you fucking casual. Ow.
They've kicked it! Pinello and Redis.
Oh, I can't use items. Oh.
Vaughn's gonna kick it next. Do something. Use magic.
Will it fade already? Goodness. There we go.
Help us. Good grief.
We didn't need Redis anyway.
What an annoyance. Holy crap.
I want to see Pinello's thing.
Is that Libra?
Yeah, it's Libra. Exodus is Libra. Bellius is Aries. Mateus is Pisces. Shemhazi is Sagittarius. This is Libra. Zodiac is Ophiuchus. What?
She didn't do it. She did so much more the last
She
time.
didn't do it.
That time she was just like, oh look, a butterfly. It's such an amazing day outside. Oh, we're supposed to... Oh,
Oh.
I messed up.
Oh, because she was stopped.
Does
let's
that
see.
literally... Wait.
I don't know.
No way.
Okay.
No way.
Vaughn gets all things he already has. Or stamp. You don't need stamp.
Great, we can now send mail legally through the mail.
You get nothing, and I bet nothing. Soul Eater? You don't need that.
Soul Eater. Different game.
Battle Lore. Or
Interesting.
thing you already got. Exodus, you crap. Bosch can learn magic. Or
Green magic.
and HP. I think Bosch is gonna learn.
Bosch is the winner.
She's already got this.
Garbage.
500.
Ooh, I think we might have a new winner. And then...
Bosch needs more HP though too.
Bosch, you hot in your car there?
Bosch learns magic.
Some HP?
Magic and HP.
I actually really like Soul Eater because it's great when attack is locked or when they get increased critical defense.
Yes, for adrenaline and last stand. Yes, that's actually a tactic that's used to, if your HP is like prime, Soul Eater does it by a percentage of your max HP. So eventually it'll get it to 1 HP. And when you have 1 HP, adrenaline kicks in, last stand kicks in, and your combo rate skyrockets. So if you have somebody with Masamune or another katana or like a high combo weapon like a pole or Ninja Blade, they just do 12 hits every single time they attack.
Jesus.
Doing extreme damage because of adrenaline, and just it works with Berserk. So does she get the 500 HP, or does Bosch get 350 HP and magic?
Who needs the HP more?
Bash.
Give it to Bash.
Give it to Bash. Because if Pinello had 500 more HP, she'd have more HP than Vaughn,
God.
the thug. She'd have the second highest HP, and that's stupid. I play how a character should be. All right, it's not natural.
A knight should have at least the most HP.
Yes, I agree. And as such, he learns Exodus. And that means he's also going to learn Oil and Decoy.
He can lube up.
For me, actually. Well, you see... Is there nothing else up here? And we're
Vaughn's gonna bite it. There we go. Remember when Nolan North bit it? Pinello is tank, and it has the least HP due to natural pools.
Well, yes, she does have the least HP and the highest MP. But I don't make her a tank.
Meanwhile, Balthier as Archer has the most.
Yeah. Why are you hurt?
Literally everyone in my party has all 12 licenses.
This music is getting...
Really tense. It's like something's coming. It's like we're running from something.
I don't know if this glitch is going to work.
I'll be having like 9k HP base if I hit level 99 and equip the best light armor, then 18k bubble HP. It's a lot of HP.
Yeah.
It's optimization of the max.
I like doing that with that too. HP is better than defense in 12. It really is. Still Shrine? Still Shrine. No, I don't think I have the Stone of the Condemner.
Sorry. And yes, that glitch works.
Well, so I just look at the thing and wait till he comes up to me. Do I have the Stone of the Condemner? I have to check first. Sorry. This is the last thing I'm doing. Promise. I don't have it. Okay. So I just have to wait for him to follow me. and nothing will spawn.
Yes.
And I have to get everybody, because I can't cast magic here, so that's going to suck. It's going to suck so much suck. If they still spawn, the character you control may not be allowed to attack for that.
You need to see how strict it is.
Then it's probably not going to work for me. So that means we need Balthier.
Are we going to run under the cave that wants to eat everybody?
What?
These are the real questions.
What? Bosch is going to need... Can he equip it? Bubble belt. You're going to need that. You're probably going to need something like that. Oh, wait, this sucks. Give me the Stone of the Condemner. Tendies. They call to me. Thanks, dude.
They
jerk.
call me the Flaming Beans.
Yeah, I'll accept you. Cool, I don't care.
If he's a character in your D&D campaign, he's going to be named Beans. Or I quit.
Unfortunately,
Or
he is
literally, or Cedric will literally commit seppuku.
His name's not Beans. It's like,
I'm called the Flaming Amaranth. Well, off to...
well,
Yeah, there it is. There's the cave. It wants to eat everybody.
oh yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just one of these days, he's just going to go...
I also
Everybody
use the
in there
cat.
gets devoured.
I also use the cat ear hood for the first time now in trial mode.
Off to skewer myself. Watch and learn.
Yeah, but you can't cast. Oh wait, yeah. I wish you could cast magic with.
What will Cedric do? He kills himself.
What does Cedric do? He freaking offs himself. He dies when he dead.
He dies when he dead.
Immediately got 8 mil gil. Neat. Holy crap! People die then they are killed when they are killed. Is this true? I didn't know that. I had no idea.
There's some places where people kill you, and then they eat you alive.
Alive.
They kill you until you're dead.
Stop that. Okay, here we go. We need some...
Where's the donut behind his head?
Excuse me?
I don't see it. In his picture, it looks completely prominent, like it's right there. Ew.
Oh, you
I
cannot
see what
be.
you're talking about with his knees. That's gross.
Yeah.
He's got some thick thighs, though.
Thick
Like, not
thighs.
even thick thighs. They're just thick the entire way down. It's the same thickness. All the way down.
Down with the thickness.
From thigh to knee to calf. It's just massive. He's getting down with the thickness. It's like someone singing that song with a lisp.
Down
We're
with
getting,
the
we're getting
thickness.
down with the thickness. Come on, get down with the thickness. I'm singing a thong.
Thing and thong all night long.
Have you guys seen that new thong? Jeez, do you see his eyes? Calm yourself.
I have to do this real quick. Sorry. Because we can't do...
friend's got a veil in her frontal area? I never noticed that.
Hmm?
Does it have it on our character?
Yes.
Redis has always been annoying to me, so much weaker than the party. Why haven't I never noticed that? What the frick?
What are you paying attention to?
Not that, because I'm a gentleman. Milady. I should start training with my swords. Then I'll really be a Lord of Milady.
Here we go. So much weaker than the party.
I can protect
Well,
you.
in Zodiac Age, he's a little bit better because now he knows Arise.
I can protect you, my lady. I know I am handy with the blade. I know my way around a sword. Stand behind me.
So I have to go this way, right?
Yeah, still.
Come here, Zeramus.
Karen Arise himself, lol. And yes.
Oh, here they come. Oh, wow!
Kicking it!
Yeah, it didn't work.
Just stay in the corner.
I mean, I would like to.
See how many spawn now that you turned around? You turn the camera around, that's why.
Oof. You know what? Take this. Whip.
Better
kick
get a
it.
whistle in here. Swear to God. I want to
Oh,
hear
he's
some
dead.
whistles.
Whistles? She'll do another whip kick.
When in doubt, whip it out. When in doubt, whip it out, whip it out, whip it out.
Helicopter.
Just whip it. The helicopter.
I'm doing a lot better than I thought I would, though.
Helicopter. Oh, let's get another one in here. Look at your arms.
Ding, 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 ding. Well. Fires. Fire.
Ah! Tell me how you really feel. Just do it already.
Ho. That's not Frost Purge. That's not how it goes.
Please? Please what?
Please.
I know manners.
Please.
I have manners. Even as a pirate.
Whistles. Whistles coming.
Yes. Dang, her limbs would make a Guado jealous. Draw me a picture. Show me how it's done. Woo!
Heads up.
Nope.
Say it!
Sup, bro?
Please.
I wish you would see him on like a surfboard, just...
Bruh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I was... Oops!
Torrent. Is that good?
No, it's rank 2.
It's better than Inferno.
It is. It's the next one up.
Why does it do such a little damage? It did nothing.
Do it again.
I would love to. I just need an elixir, a mega elixir.
Delicious.
Creamy. So creamy beige.
Give me beige.
Delicious.
Delicious. Nutritious.
I like old
Whistles!
bags. Whistles! Blow the whistle, Balthier.
How do you do that?
You put your fingers in your mouth like this.
Like this?
And then you just blow.
Like this?
No, not like this. Like this. Like this. Put your whole fist through your mouth.
Can't do it, I'll blow the mic out. What an amazing painter. Bob Ross over here.
Say heads up. Say heads up. Heads up. Yes!
Yay!
I got so excited about that.
He's back! Welcome back, Balthier. He's coming back again!
He's going again!
He just can't get enough of being on camera.
He loves it. He says he's the star of the show for a reason. He's doing it again!
Yes! God.
Again! You're doing so little damage.
Can't do it too loud, I'll blow the mic out.
There it is.
Balthier stealing the show. This is his greatest show.
This is the greatest. He's not painting, he's conducting.
He's conducting. With me now. On my beat. Here comes the crescendo.
Said
Yay.
it twice.
And then
2 heads.
And
Better
then-
than 1.
when in doubt, whip it out. Ha. Aren't you dizzy?
How do you think they feel in Kingdom Hearts when they're doing the constant
Oh my god, they must
rolls?
want to vomit after every time they go walk off screen. It's like vomit break.
Oh, you're going again? Balthier?
And we get 3 heads.
We get 3 heads. Ooh.
The band strikes up. Now the winds. Now the strings. Now the wet works.
Now the wet works. Everyone just comes. Nope. Everyone comes in and slits throats.
They turn the violin bows into blades. What do you say? Must I do everything? Oh, this is a new one.
Phew.
Where'd you go? You turned into a meteor.
Where'd you?
Why can't he be riding it?
He says, "Ah!"
Like he's just standing on it, just like, yes, I called
Jack
this.
would be proud.
Well,
Yes!
If only he said eject.
I'm
line.
doing so many hits. This thing's definitely gonna die from this. You two, you two last chance
I don't think you
demos up.
said that before. I don't remember that. Eds?
I want more heads!
What's so funny?
It's because he's stealing the show.
Indeed he is.
I never miss.
You can try it if you want.
I unfortunately won't have the time.
Bosh, you haven't done anything in a while. 15 hits, wow.
This will give us a black hole, right? We
No.
better kill this thing.
It's probably gonna kill it. If it doesn't, it's gonna be almost dead.
It's so flashy, but it doesn't do anything. Black.
Arc Blast.
Arc Blast.
That's only rank 3. Yeah, I probably should have mentioned it last week or something, but I forgot.
It's
Dead? It's dead. 32,000.
What did you do to me?
It's like,
Did you just kill me?
did you just kill me?
I believe we did.
He's Cancer. He's the crab.
He spends so much time just writing troll comments on Reddit.
I don't remember what Ultima is. Oh, Ultima's Virgo.
Did you? Why was? I found that kind of odd. Like, Balthier stood center stage, and Bosch and Fran just kind of like walked past each other as they were doing their celebration. It's like it was some kind of
Choreography.
yeah. It was like a beauty pageant or something.
I'm the star here. Oh, hey.
Guys, all have cancer.
We do.
To be honest, it's I don't like using that word because my grandmother was killed by a giant crab.
You can't use that joke.
Why not?
Because it's already been used.
I don't care. I'll use it again. That joke should never die. It's
Vaughn
good.
learns
It's
nothing.
a good joke.
Balthier learns And sight unseeing, which is useless.
I call this song A World on Fire. Alright, this next song is a little longer.
Helen Shear, Frank could learn something.
Giant's helmet.
Mm.
But how will you be able to hold it if it's giant? More
Ew.
bombs.
More bombs for Bash.
Bats.
And nothing. Nothing for Ash, and then... Ooh. Channeling. Useless.
Is it new?
It reduces MP cost by 10%. Oh, Penelo, it looks like Fran's gonna get it, because she learns something sort of useful. Kinda.
It's not often that we see, unlocking an Esper to give both of their Zodiac something. Usually it's something and then nothing.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Fran learned it. Ash only knows one summon. Penelo only knows one summon. I know two.
She used her summon, though.
Yeah, she did.
She put it to good use.
Story-wise.
They're the only ones that did anything. Penelo's the only one that did something meaningful with her summon. She unlocked a door.
And with that, I think...
Sora came out and unlocked the door.
She can equip it now.
Oh, the mace? The bone?
It does the same damage as her Dragon Whisker. But it all depends on her...
Her luck.
No, it depends on her magic stat rather than her strength. Vaughn? What are you gonna learn,
I
huh?
thought you were going to call him Bosch for a second.
Bosch? He is Bosch.
He's Bosch. Up front. Who's got the Genji shield?
Nobody right now, but Vaughn can get it. It's 190 points. And
Well, that was all the Genji equipment.
Vaughn, Bosch, and Penelo can learn it.
No Genji blade?
Nope, not in. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah. It's all coming together.
oh yeah. It's all coming together.
I actually picked up the Mina from the real Larva Eater.
I remember you told us about that
It
last.
took me 50 kills or something.
Yeah, I remember you told us about that last stream. Cool.
Jeez, we went for quite a while. It's almost 8 now, and we started at what, 3?
Did we start at 3?
I think so.
40, 30, something like that. I'm off to save it then, because we killed 2 Espers. 3 Espers this round. And a few hunts.
Took off a few hunts. Did a little story progression. Feels like 50%. The death rate is ridiculous. Feels like 50%.
Yeah. Well, it's less if you have Shell on. Oh, hi guys.
Ah! The entourage is here. Bellhop's waiting for you. May we take your bags for you, sir?
Holy Lance. What's her strength and magic? Oh, she's got more magic? She gonna get it.
Why does the quality on the computer look so much better than the quality on the TV when it comes to looking at those weapons? I feel like, or am I just going crazy?
Quality on the
Go back to the menu and start looking at the weapons. Go to the Holy Lance specifically. Okay. Do the colors look more prominent and stuck out? Like it looks
It does.
smoother.
I think
on
it's
here
just
than this?
I think it's just the color tint of the TV.
What? Why?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Why? It's slicing up bats.
Bat wings are lucky.
Well, I had fun talking about all that.
Same.
and we did a lot on. I did a lot on this tonight. This is gonna be the last stream
Jesus,
for a
Balthier,
while.
what is wrong with you? Why is your HP so high? Bubble?
Bubble.
Okay.
He's got over 10,000 HP now.
Christmas.
What? If you'd like, I can show you before we come off the new game minus. I don't think I've shown that before.
I think you did. You brought up New Game Minus before.
I don't think we were live at that point, though. But,
I definitely remember you doing it, though.
yeah, I remember doing it. I don't think we were live at that point yet, though. I'll show it just to show it that I have, to prove I have beaten trial mode.
You don't have to prove anything.
New game minus. And then we're gonna head off.
It's not like you can Photoshop this.
Didn't see either way, okay. I didn't Photoshop. Just to show everybody is at their base level.
You can't Photoshop on the PS4. You can't. You
can't do it. You can jailbreak your PS4.
You cannot. Oh, hi, Mark. I said that I wanted to film something. Like, I saw a level 2 in there.
Have a Doonies? Yeah.
I thought you couldn't level.
That's what they start out as.
Oh.
Vaughn starts out at 1. Balthier and Fran, when you get them, they start out at Vaughn's level +1. And these guys start out as +2.
I remember.
Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3.
Why didn't they take that away for this specific game mode?
I don't know. Good question.
I said that I wanted, like, I've been feeling the itch to film something, but I don't want to make any promises, but maybe I'll film something while we're at the convention, because that's the only thing that's going to be, hopefully, going on.
Right.
While we're away from streaming, we're going to go to the convention, so maybe I'll film it. Maybe I'll find a reason to put something together. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't want to make any promises, but it would mean that, you know, there'd be some sort of content afterwards. We'll see, I guess.
But,
2 red mages.
I have 2 black mages, 2 white mages, and 2 red mages. Because in this, archers, foe breakers, and Ulans are pretty much useless. Magic and machinist is where you want things.
Why is an Ulan useless?
Because they use spears, and... How do you deal with that MP, though? Well, you see, you don't. How do you deal with that HP, either? You don't. This game is tough. But with the equipment... Why do you have that, Benello? Why? How do you live?
How do you live?
With great difficulty.
You live by, you don't do this mode. You just don't do it.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
great. I forget where I'm at in the story.
Well, that's not even, like, grammatically correct.
It's like, come on, guys.
Hi, how things are going. I saw the martial artists Twitch without an I channel. So much fun to watch full playthrough with chat and commentary. I am going to design overlay and logo for your streaming.
It is a bot. That's for sure a bot.
More information, have a look the website on my profiles banner.
Best
regards. Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, the best. God, it's so awful. Like even the grammar is just piss poor.
With that high note, we're the martial artists. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for
comments
and
our
joining
channel.
Twitch
And
channel.
joining our full playthrough with chat and commentary on our streaming. Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, the best.
It'll most likely be at least a month before we stream again.
Yeah.
So it'll be a while, but we hope to see you guys again.
It should have been done earlier, but I'll give a promise. There will either be Discord chat or Twitter for our streaming specifically. That'll be a change that's going to be made. That's a promise I'm making. When we come back to streaming, those will be up and running for everybody to join.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'll make a statement.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Me don't have Twitter though.
Then it'll be Discord.
It'll probably be Discord.
To be fair, I would rather do Discord.
Yeah.
Than anything.
Yeah, we can do a Discord.
Is there a limit to how many people can join a Discord server?
I think it's preference based.
Is there a limit to how many people can join? I mean, it's not like we have a bunch of people that
I don't
watch
think
us
so
already.
because when we were on the Archage
Don't
one,
think so.
there were so many people on.
That's
that.
true because especially with like server discords, I imagine hundreds of people join.
Yeah, I went off of that because I kept getting notifications. I'm like, I'm not playing this hardly at all.
All right.
So we'll see you guys when we see you.
We'll see you when we see you.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Have a good month.
Have a good month.
Goodbye.